5:30, and since a quorum is present, I will call this meeting of the March 7th, 2022 Plan Commission meeting to order. First, we will get information from our technical facilitator, Jesse.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We are going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First will be public comment, and I don't see that we have anyone registered for general public comment, and I see that Heather is confirming that. Next, communications, disclosures, and recusals. Members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Does anybody have any disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands, we'll move on to the minutes of the February 26th, 2022 regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, I would look for a motion to approve. Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. In terms of upcoming meetings, we do have a regular meeting on March 21st, and then regular meetings on April 11th and 25th, all at 5:30, and then a special meeting work session on March 24th, and that one is at 5 p.m. Next, I will do the consent agenda. It is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by the various city departments, on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. So those items are placed onto the consent agenda and are addressed at the beginning of our meeting. People interested in those items can then disconnect unless a member of the Plan Commission requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 2, 3, 4, and then 5 would be for referral until the March 21st meeting. Agenda item 6 on the consent agenda, agenda items 12, agenda item 13 for referral to the March 21st meeting, and then agenda item 14 for referral to the March 21st 21st meeting. Are there any requests for separation? Seeing no requests for separation, I will read the items on the consent agenda into the record. Agenda item 2, Legistar 69819, authorizing the city's acceptance of ownership of the Wisconsin Cooperative Housing Association of a Little Free Seed Library located at Owen Park at 6021 Old Sauk Road in the 19th Alder District. Agenda item 3, Legistar 70094, relief from the conditions of gifts and dedication per section 66.10251 Wisconsin Statutes of Outlot 3, Tradesman Commerce Park, for the replatting of a portion of the development being located in the northeast quarter of the southwest quarter of section 26, township 8 north, range 10 east, city of Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin, 16th Alder District. Agenda item 4, Legistar 70107, authorizing the execution of a license with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC for premises at the High Crossing Water Tower located at 3518 Cross Hill Drive, 17th Alder District. Agenda item 5, Legistar 70109, for referral to the March 21st, 2022 Plan Commission meeting. Agenda item 6, Legistar 70199, vacating and discontinuing multiple improved public street right-of-ways within the plat of Acacia Ridge to allow the replatting of a portion of the development being located in the southeast corner of the southeast quarter of section 28, township 7 north, range 8 east, city of Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin, 1st Alder District. Agenda item 12, Legistar 69564, located at 2702 Agricultural Drive, 16th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the Suburban Employment District for an auto repair business. Agenda item 13, Legistar 69566, referral to the March 21st, 2022 Plan Commission meeting. Agenda item 14, Legistar 69518, for referral to the March 21st, 2022 Plan Commission meeting. I will open the public hearing for those items. There are no registrants. I'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. I will assume unanimous consent of the consent agenda unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the consent agenda is approved unanimously. Okay, going back to our agenda, we will go to public hearings. Agenda item 7, Legistar 69941, approving the creation of and the project plan and boundary for tax incremental District 49, Femright Drive, City of Madison. We do have Dan Rolfs of city staff here to answer any questions commissioners might have. Are there any questions for Dan Rolfs? Seeing no raised hands, I would ask then for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I recommend that the Plan Commission approve the creation and project plan and the boundaries for tax increment District 49 on Femright Drive.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Is there any discussion or comment? Did you wish to speak to your motion at all, Commissioner Cantrell? No. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will go to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. Next is Agenda Item 8, Legistar 69382, amending Chapter 28 to create an outdoor eating area temporary associated with a food and beverage establishment as a use category in Chapter 28, amending tables 28D2, 28E2, 28F1, and 28G1 to include the new use category, and amending subchapter 28J, which are the supplemental regulations. We do have Katie Bannon of city staff who will be providing us with an overview. Katie.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So I have a short presentation here about this proposal. Thanks for having me today. I'm the new zoning administrator. Matt Tucker, the former zoning administrator, new director of building inspection, is also here to answer questions about this proposed text amendment, since he has a little bit more background on this as well. Here we go. Okay, so after the success of the Streetery pilot program, we were tasked with making a more permanent program with permitted and conditional uses using the lessons we learned during the 2 years of the pilot. About 75 streeteries that were permitted as part of that program on private property. During that 2-year period, we received 3 types of complaints. One was for outdoor amplified music, especially live music. So we received complaints about 5 different establishments, 4 of which were private property streeteries. So the zoning code is only addressing those private property streeteries today. The second complaint we received was about outdoor areas that were open late at night. So we had 1 establishment which we received complaints about the times that they were open. And the third complaint we received was about off-street parking impacts from 1 establishment, which was also generating some complaints about live music. So you'll see our proposal addresses these 3 concerns that neighbors had. So just to give a little bit of an overview of the proposal, it does a few things. One is it adds temporary outdoor eating areas, a new use in our zoning code. Currently, only outdoor eating areas are used in our code, and outdoor eating area is really for a more permanent site change, year-round eating area. And the proposal makes temporary and permanent outdoor eating areas permitted uses in most non-residential and mixed-use zoning districts if certain supplemental regulations are met. These supplemental regulations are based on the lessons we learned from the pilot program. So if these best practice supplemental regulations are not met, then a conditional use approval from the Plan Commission is required. And there's a couple of districts that are a little bit different. The MXC, CC, and RMX districts. So currently, outdoor eating areas are allowed in these 3 districts as a permitted use with no limits on use characteristics such as outdoor amplified sound or hours of operation. The MXC and RMX districts are not yet mapped on particular parcels. However, we've not received any complaints about outdoor eating areas on CC properties. So we propose keeping those districts as is, other than adding the new use of temporary outdoor eating areas, making those permitted in these 3 districts. Next, I'm just going to quickly read through the supplemental regulations for these 2 uses that we proposed. So the first is for those permanent year-round outdoor eating areas where it would be more permanent site changes for these areas. So primary access to the area shall be from within the establishment. The hours of operation shall end at 9 p.m. in all districts except for MXC, CC, and RMX, unless extended as part of the conditional use approval. Again, this is for the permanent year-round type spaces. No amplified sound is permitted in all districts except MXC, CC, and RMX, unless allowed as part of a conditional use approval. Where the use is conditional, an appropriate transition area between the use and adjacent property may be required using landscaping, screening, and other site improvements consistent with the character of the neighborhood. So moving on to the list of supplemental regulations for temporary outdoor eating areas. These are the areas that allow for lower investment in site improvements, the ability to revert areas back to parking or other functions during the winter or other times as desired. We'll read through these supplemental regulations quickly as well. Hours of operation shall end at 9 p.m. in all districts except for MXC, CC, and RMX, unless extended as part of the conditional use approval. No amplified sound is permitted in all districts except MXC, CC, and RMX, unless allowed as part of the conditional use approval. Maybe I don't need to read this whole thing, but basically enclosures are required between 36 and 42 inches in height. There's some details about making sure those structures are properly installed. Not a tripping hazard, not going to fall over in a windstorm, that kind of thing. Enclosures shall make sure that vertical railings or elements do not interfere with the intersection sight distance. So I'm looking at safety issues. Tables, chairs, barricades, and fencing shall be safely secured on site when not in use. If alcohol is served, signs shall be displayed for patrons stating that alcohol must stay within the seating area. Additional exterior lighting required for any seating areas operating after dusk shall comply with all applicable local and state code requirements. Shall be approved by the zoning administrator designee, the traffic engineer designee, and the City of Madison Fire Department. Permissible from April 15th to November 15th. So in addition to following those supplemental regulations, again, if they're going to not be going through a conditional use process, and they still need to go through the site plan review process. So zoning reviews that the site meets all the standards of the zoning ordinance, including but not limited to automobile parking, the provision of accessible parking in aisles, bicycle parking, landscaping, and district boundary screening. Traffic engineering and fire also do a site plan review. So traffic engineering is reviewing things like barriers and guardrails, other measures to protect outdoor eating areas from vehicles. And then fire is reviewing some fire safety things like tents, heating sources, egress and maneuverability, and then occupant load. That's in conjunction with our building inspection staff. The Alcohol License Review Committee, we're not proposing any changes there as well. So they regulate licensed establishments with conditions, including but not limited to occupant load, hours of operation, business plan, outdoor amplified sound. They'll continue to have a separate process for violations of liquor license conditions. So they do a lot of things around patron and staff behavior as well. So zoning and planning staff don't attend these meetings. No changes are proposed here in their process of making sure licensed establishments meet all their conditions. So to summarize, this proposal is based on 2 years of the pilot program. And those lessons we learned were used to develop the proposed supplemental regulations. The supplemental regulations are not met, then a conditional use from the Plan Commission is required. And there's no changes proposed to the site plan review or ALRC review processes. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate that. We will now move to public comments and then come back to questions of staff. We do have one registrant who wishes to speak, Linda Leonards, South Patterson Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Linda, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. A group letter was provided that listed various measures that have been used in the Marquette neighborhood to mitigate conflict with residential uses. These measures go beyond the closing time and the prohibition on amplified sound. These mitigation measures are dependent upon the context in which the patio will operate. For example, a patio close to affordable housing was required to prepare a sound mitigation plan, while patios in front of an establishment have not needed to do that. Also of particular importance is that Plan Commission has sometimes denied a conditional use request for a patio. The Plan B example was provided in the group comment letter. Another patio that was proposed that did not make it as far as the Plan Commission was one that would have been 15 feet from bedroom windows. My individual comment letter provided visuals to illustrate how TSS and NMX zoning is integrated into residential areas. About 2/3 of Williamson's TSS and NMX parcels abut residential at the backyard. This is significant for establishments requesting a backyard patio or even a side yard patio. The Williamson map also shows how an NMX or TSS parcel can be sited between two residential properties. This closeness of uses and intermixing of uses visually illustrates why a patio location is important in these zoning districts and why the proposed ordinance is inadequate. It will not maintain the viability of existing residential buildings. My letter also addressed the number of patios on private property. You were just told there were 75 requests. These 75 would be reduced, as were my numbers, by requests for additional expansions and patios on planned development lots. And there well may be some non-alcohol establishments that have an approved streetery patio, which also would not be reflected in my numbers because I use the ALRC. However, there are establishments that serve alcohol which have obtained streetery approval and then never gone before the ALRC and the council to get their premises expanded. I'm aware of at least 2 of these that advertise their patios on Facebook, complete with alcohol, and they did not go before the ALRC to get an expansion. For establishments that need an expansion, the ALRC might actually decline to extend something into the backyard patio. But what is an appropriate use of a property is more of a decision for the Plan Commission to make. And plus, the ALRC has no control over brew pubs, breweries, distilleries, and wineries. In addition, the ALRC does not provide much warning of their meetings. The clerk posts the items a week before the meeting, and the ability of residents to have time to understand what's going on and what the possibilities are would be greatly lessened. In addition, these patios, unlike streetery, could be gathering spaces for patrons to stand and congregate to drink.
Thank you, Linda. That concludes your available time. We do not have any other registrants who wish to speak or who are available to answer questions. Are there any questions for Linda Leonards? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Fernandez.
Good. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Seems to be working technically. So my question of staff is, what is the importance? Let me just say that I find the comments somewhat persuasive with regard to the 2 districts that mix commercial and residential very closely. What is the compelling reason to not require conditional use for those?
Katie? Or Matt? Matt, you're going to be the one to answer rather than Katie?
I can take a shot to get started, Katie. If you want to add anything, please feel free. But, one of the things that we look at is First off is we looked back at the success of the last couple of years of the Streetery program. The Streetery program was a new thing, and it was sort of a leap of faith that we all jumped into to try something that was unusual and different. The point of it, allowing it, stepping into this, was to also keep track of it and learn how these types of uses will work in our neighborhoods. Many of the districts beyond the 2 districts that were identified have transitions or direct abutments to residential. I would probably argue that the CCT district is a specific one that has exactly the same type of an arrangement as the TSS and the NMX district, because everything is next to something else, it seems like. And so what we learned was we have a way that we can do something that is potentially less burdensome on the operators, meaning that they don't have to pay the $600 application fee, go through the rather extensive conditional use process to make these requests. These operations that come in and operate are responsible. And they've shown that they were quite responsible. The few that had issues responded quickly, and there were very few that had issues. When you think that we had such a small number of complaints relative to the numbers of operations that were put in place. And those are the kind of things that we learn from. And we realize that there's a better way to do the things that we do. And we should seize those opportunities and move forward progressively to find other opportunities to be to the people that are in our business community running these types of establishments. And I think that a lot of that kind of pointed to the policymakers who approached us and said, hey, we want you to take this and write something up that kind of shows or reflects what worked. And the proposal minus, clearly identifying hours of operation and outdoor amplified sound are the 2 things that worked. If you can operate in compliance with the supplemental regulations and those 2 limits specifically being there, just simply worked. So I see this more as recognizing that we can do something right and maybe more efficient by going down this path.
Thank you, Matt. Did you have any follow-up, Commissioner Fernandez, or additional questions?
I do. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good explanation, Matt. And I'm also convinced that in the great majority of cases, this is going to work. What is the recourse if it doesn't? Let's say there is even if it's 1 out of 25, a bad actor, or there's some problem there. There's reviews regard to traffic engineering and fire, but I feel like just the neighborhood, the situation in the neighborhood may be unique or at least unusual in certain areas. If there is a problem, what is your recourse? If it's already a permitted use, is there a way to revoke it or add additional conditions or in some way address complaints of the neighbors?
That's a good question, Commissioner Fernandez. And the answer is, if it's a permitted use, there is no way to apply any new or additional conditions in the zoning process. Okay. But the bigger question is what's not working? I would ask what's not working. And that is really a case-by-case situation. The system that we had in place to kind of put these together, most of the places that had interest in utilizing this also had liquor licenses. And the mix of the liquor license was something that really creates a better forum to deal with the issues that we noticed were kind of conflicts between properties. The permitted use nature, the places that didn't have liquor license usage on their seating areas were very few. And of course, we heard nothing about those types of places because they don't tend to operate in ways that maybe sort of they conflict with their neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Very good.
This is for Matt. Many of these outdoor seating areas occur in parking lots or adjoining the business. How does staff address that when some required parking is required? And I know that staff has some ability to reduce that requirement, and you said that you received some complaints on parking. So how does staff address that in this ordinance?
Sure. The Streetery program was designed to basically waive all of the regulations that would have gotten in the way of somebody setting up an outdoor seating area. This is not. The parking requirements for uses are being maintained. So the parking requirements for food and beverage establishments are driven by the occupant load of the property, basically the capacity, the number of persons. Our office is empowered to grant a reduction in the number of parking spaces, and depending on the capacity of the facility, it is common practice for us to reduce the number of parking spaces required to accommodate capacities. You get to a point though where you need to, like, you could provide no on-street parking, and you could have I think it's about a 136 person capacity place with a full parking reduction. And in almost all instances, but for scenarios when reducing the parking would result in like illegal parking on a neighboring property, our office would be approving those requirements. The complaint that we got related to parking actually related to an establishment that had just a lot of occupancy occurring out in their seating area, and it was very frequent and very popular. And a person's on-street parking area in front of their home, excuse me, an on-street parking area that happened to be in front of the person's home, not their parking, I didn't like that space wasn't available because the streetery was popular. Now that streetery did not take away any on-street parking area, or excuse me, off-street parking on that property where it was located, but it just created more need to park in that scenario. And it was on the heels of a significant noise complaint that you may all have heard about in the media that was driving a lot of people very emotional. It was a very significant complaint. And it was sort of like the straw that broke the camel's back. And the parking is not available on the street because of this. So I don't know if it necessarily was directly correlated to parking, but we did not want to not share it with you because it was a complaint we received.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Did you have anything else?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have several questions for either Matt or Katie. First, while you're talking on the subject of parking, since Commissioner Cantrell brought it up, when you determine capacity and when you're considering parking, that includes the outdoor capacity also?
Well, establishments have capacities set that include both indoor and outdoor spaces. So the maximum capacity that's allowed must be maintained both indoors and outdoors, the spread of your patrons across your property.
So the capacity of 136, for instance, that you mentioned would be indoors and outdoors when you're considering a parking.
Combined total, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just a clarification, so I make sure we all understand. We're in this portion of this larger package of ordinance changes, regulations, and things related to what we've been calling streetery. This particular one is only for what I'll call patios on private property, correct? That's all we're considering tonight. cafe licenses and things are not involved in this. That's another part of the changes or not changes. This is just on private property, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I guess I'm interested a little bit in some situations that have been brought up where I think people were concerned about late night noise, either from patrons or from amplified music. And it seems we're, making provisions to make sure things close by 9 p.m. And I'm also recognize, though, that it's often difficult to keep patrons out of a patio area after 9 p.m. And I could see where that could create perhaps some of the friction that Commissioner Fernandez, I think, was thinking about. If an establishment's patio is being used after 9 p.m., even though there's not food or alcohol service, but people are hanging out there to smoke or whatever, how does that typically get handled if neighbors bring it up?
Well, our office usually doesn't go out at night unless we have like repetitive, regular complaints that we're dealing with. But we do have the police department that very commonly goes out and inspects, if you will, and provides us with reports that we can use to follow up with property owners. We also sometimes, we just use the simple tactic of picking up the phone and giving people a call. Our mission is to educate first and enforce when necessary, and we take that seriously. It's I can't tell you how often we've just used the pick up the phone and call somebody method to try and resolve things first. And that would probably be our position or our route. If we continue to have matters of non-compliance, we can write municipal citations and also prosecutions of daily violations to the city attorney. Those take longer. They don't move as quick. Citations usually work pretty quick. But most establishments, frankly, are most concerned about the preservation of their liquor license if they have one. And so a simple call from our office or the city attorney's office really goes a long way.
Okay, thanks. Just one more question. I'm thinking of establishments in my area that have obtained streetery approvals, and I'm wondering about fencing that was mentioned by Katie in the supplemental regulations. I think about height of fencing. Some of them seem like they could benefit, and some really, I think, currently are benefiting from taller fencing if there's a need to screen neighbors more than what we anticipate. How did staff come up with those heights of allowable fences?
You know what? Actually, that is a terrific question you asked, because I got some feedback on that from someone just recently. We worked with the police department and the fire department and the traffic engineering department to look to establish an understanding about fencing around an area. They all have different interests. One is to kind of enclose, one might be to sort of secure areas of alcohol, one may be to kind of identify and protect areas from vehicles. One looks at it in a sort of like fire department doesn't care as long as there's quality exiting. But the words are actually pretty tight on that. And they actually say between 36 and 48 inches, which to me reads that it's like a minimum of 36 and a maximum of 48. But I can think of situations where someone might want to put like a 6-foot high solid fence up. And if the words are continue into the ordinance the way they read today, they would be limited to 48 inches. So thank you for asking that question. Super timely of you. And in my conversations with the fire department, the traffic engineering departments, the other partners in streetery, no one objected to an allowance for exceeding a 48-inch height on fencing around these locations.
And if we were to go with that advice, which seems reasonable, that would still only apply to establishments that are doing this on private property? Or are you thinking about extending this into other portions of the changes that we're not considering tonight? Sorry to ask.
The roadway cafe, which is in the right of way, sidewalk cafes and the parklets are just a different thing. I think Rebecca Kinnear is here, who could probably handle that question. I think she's here.
Yeah, she's here.
Okay.
Sorry to get
Rebecca.
us off topic.
Yeah, well, we'll allow this one and then we'll move on. Rebecca?
We have a long-standing height of that 36 to 42 for the cafes that are in the road and on the sidewalk terrace, I should say, in particular. And those have been established over many years. And I guess staff and Megan Blakehorst is not here, but saw no asking to have that be any taller, especially because of sidewalk visibility and cars and parking. And so it seemed, having those heights be lower in the right of way feels more important for visibility in and out because of pedestrians and bicyclists and cars and all of the things in the right of way. I was talking to Matt Tucker about the other issue that you were asking about, and we all agreed that in some cases in parking lots, having something be taller where you're not worried about some of those things and you're more worried about having some separation between uses seemed very reasonable. We all agreed.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Alder Heck. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell. You're going to have to unmute yourself. I cannot do that. Sorry.
Hey, sorry for that again. I should learn that. I have a big sign on my screen here. I will recommend that the Plan Commission approve Legistar file number 669382, which will approve the temporary and permanent outdoor seating areas in the various zoning districts as specified in the ordinance.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think staff did their homework in this ordinance amendment. And I'm supporting it because we've reviewed a lot of these outdoor eating areas. And the major concerns that we have always are amplified music, amplified sound, and hours of operation. And they're limiting it to 9 o'clock, which is pretty early actually, and prohibiting outdoor amplification and sound. And if individuals want a longer period to use the seating area or music, then they have to go through a conditional use, which requires Plan Commission approval. And I think that's reasonable. And the other thing that this does is it frees up staff time and to work on more pressing issues. That the city has a lot of pressing issues and ordinance amendments that we really need to make. So I think that this is a incremental change and one that's fairly minor, and that's why I'm recommending approval.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any comments, any discussion? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm wondering if Commissioner Cantrell would be interested in adding a recommendation to allow higher fencing as staff deems appropriate.
Are you making that a motion to amend?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second to that motion to amend? Seconded by Alder Alboris. Did you wish to speak to that, Alder Heck?
No, I think our previous discussion took care of that. Thanks.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions about that amendment? Seeing no questions, we will vote on the amendment. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, that amendment is now part of the main motion. Are there any further comments or discussion on the main motion? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the work staff's done. I agree in very large part with Commissioner Cantrell, but I'm sensitive to the potential conflict between homeowners and businesses throughout the city in all kinds of situations like that. And I just remain concerned that there's no backup here. If 90% of them are fine, that's good, or even 95. So I think I'm going to have to opt in favor of seeing this redone with perhaps some backup that staff could do if there's a complaint. But at this point, it leaves zoning with absolutely no teeth. So with complete respect to what staff has done and the mayor's office, I'm still uncomfortable with this. So I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Are there other comments or discussion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I think we've got one nay on this, but I will do my usual thing. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Commissioner Fernandez is voting no on this. Okay. I see no other raised hands. The motion does pass with one no vote, Commissioner Fernandez. Thank you. Moving on, the next agenda items are agenda item 9 and 10 to be considered together. Agenda item 9, Legistar 69321, located at 2902 Dryden Drive, 12th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a bank office building. Agenda item 10, Legistar 69322, located at the same place, also in 12th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the commercial corridor transitional district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 36 dwelling units, and consideration of a conditional use to allow construction of a new building at a planned multi-use site containing more than 40,000 square feet of floor area, and where 25,000 square feet of floor area is designed or intended for retail use or for hotel or motel use, to allow construction of a 4-story, 45-unit apartment building. I was not going to have a staff presentation unless plan commissioners felt the need of that. If you feel the need of that, could you so indicate by raising your hand? Seeing no raised hands, we do then have some registrants wishing to speak. So I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Kevin Burrow, University Avenue, Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, representing Kanothi Bruce Architects. Kevin, you've got 3 minutes.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much. Could my presentation slides be pulled up, please? If you don't mind jumping to the first page. Okay, this is not the slide that's submitted, but I can go with this. So I just want to give a quick overview with regards to this proposed development. It is the next phase of development for the Prism apartment buildings. Prism 1 is just to the south on this page, and Prism 2 is a new 45 unit right at the intersection of Dryden Drive and Northport Drive, as you can see on the screen there. So we are proposing a 4-story building with 45 apartment units, and then a shared parking lot between the buildings and a shared outdoor amenity space above the parking area of the enclosed building for these second phase here. You can go to the next slide, please. I'll actually jump ahead to, yeah, just keep going, please. Yeah, first floor right there. If you could back up one. I just want to point out the access is off of the corner of the building on Northport in Dryden Drive with the main entry there. And then we also do have a common area access corridor to that outdoor patio space. So residents within this building and also residents of the phase one building have access to that outdoor space. If you could jump up to the fourth floor, I just wanted to point out that we are stepping the building back on the would be sort of the southwest corner of the northern wing, where we have an outdoor patio space as well with a community room, which has access to the outdoor, higher raised outdoor space, which have views across over to Warner Park. Next slide, please. So the extra elevations are shown here. We could just jump to the renderings then, please. So here's a perspective view of this proposed building. You can see the phase one building in the background. The exterior architecture is totally in context with that phase one building, which was very well received and leased up immediately upon completion. So which drove the need for the second building. So we are doing all the same detailing and character of this building to be in context. We're simply changing the accent color from the red accent on the first building to the blue accent, as you can see on this view here. And each of the first 4 units that are along Dryden Drive and 2 units along North Shore do direct access to their units from the sidewalk. So we're doing our best to engage this building to the street. And this main entry is shown on the front corner here, as shown in this view. Go to the next slide, please. So here's a view of the main entry, the right-hand side, and then the individual entries to those apartments in the middle. Next slide, please. Another view along North Shore and looking down Dryden. Here's the back area where we have that shared parking between the buildings, and we are utilizing the shared access drive for both developments. Next slide. Another view looking back at it down North Shore. Another slide, please. And then these are the exterior materials that were proposed for the development, again, in total context with the first phase of development. So with that, I will be available for questions.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. The next registrant is Jason Decora, Northport Drive, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jason, you have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm just, the reason why I'm opposing this is we already have 3 apartment complex surrounding that area. And I'm just looking at the whole city of Madison in the last 5 years, and it's turning into one giant apartment complex. I live here in the Packard townhouses right next to that apartment complex. That the first prism and the proposed second prism. I'm looking to buy a house on the north side, and with all these apartments being put up and depreciating the value, I just don't want another apartment complex put up already next to another apartment complex. And that's pretty much all I had to say about that.
Thank you, Jason. We have one more registrant, Alan Steinauer, Arapahoe Court, Verona, Wisconsin, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our 3 registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Thank you. I will recommend that the Plan Commission find that the standards for demolition and the conditional use permit can be met.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Fernandez. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Very briefly, I appreciate the individual in opposition of this proposal, but the fact is Madison needs a lot of housing, and the apartment vacancy rate is very low. And I think that this site is well suited for the type of housing that they're proposing. And that's why I'm recommending it in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. I see that Alder Abbas wishes to speak. Alder?
Thank you very much. Hello, commissioners. Really appreciate the opportunity. I'm very supportive of this project. We had a meeting a couple of years ago, or last year perhaps, on this project, and because of funding reason, the project got delayed. I understand the emotions of attendee Jason, but this particular project really bring more density and economic development on north side. A lot of commercial building in Northport Plaza is empty. A lot of restaurants and grocery stores are struggling with this amount of density, which is not too many apartments. But having this type of 45 apartments are really going to help the community. And there is, as Commissioner Cantrell mentioned, there's a huge amount of housing living on the north side as well. And the BRT and future bus route network will also go across that building too. So I'm very supportive of that. Thank you very much for the motion.
Thank you, Alder, for being here and speaking up. Are there any more comments or discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up is agenda item 11, Legistar 69554, located at 614 University Avenue, Second Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the urban mixed use district for a nightclub. And again, I am not going to ask for a staff presentation unless there is a request by plan commissioners. Seeing no raised hands, we will go to the public hearing. I will open the public hearing. The first one to speak is Andrew Greenwood, located, it looks like he put down the address of the proposal, University Avenue, Madison. And I'm assuming that he is representing the nightclub. Andrew Greenwood, you have 3 minutes, and could you clarify, please, what you're representing?
Hello, all. I'm Andrew Greenwood. I'm the owner of Mom's Bar. It used to be the Karaoke Kid, and when I saw it close down, I wanted to open a karaoke bar here. So the reason I wanted to speak was I've looked at the objection, and it is our upstairs neighbor. I haven't met them. I talked to the neighbors on either side of the building, and they were all right with the sound. But I've sent an email out, and essentially the objection was that they don't want us to have a nightclub license because we were too loud yesterday. And I am going, I've written them an email, and I'm looking to be cut our volume by 1/3. And they also said it was loud too late. They said up until 12:10. So I also offered to them that we would like to stop amplified music at 11:45 p.m. and no longer allow staff to use background music after midnight when we're cleaning. So I'm hoping we can address this long term. I'm going to look into soundproofing our ceiling more, more completely. We have sound baffling tiles, but I can likely do more. So I'm hoping to talk to them personally and come up with a good solution here. I had a staff member that was kind of pushing for louder volume to make it seem exciting. And now I know we went too far there. So other than that, I think they may have a misunderstanding. We currently are cleared to do karaoke. So our nightclub license is actually for live music. We're considering doing kind of jazz and pop, something probably less intense than the karaoke. But that's what I have to say. And thank you all.
Thank you, Andrew. The next registrant is Paul Schindler, 612 University Avenue, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, next registrant is Lucas Maddox, 612 University Avenue, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. He says he's representing Paul Schindler. So Lucas, you've got 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, I'm Lucas. I believe that Andrew was referring to a note sent in by my roommate, Paul. I'm a junior at the university. I live at 612 University Ave, in apartment 21, which is directly above the new nightclub. I'm very glad to hear that Andrew is considerate of kind of our concerns, but I'd still kind of like to inform the council of specifically what those concerns were. Yeah, so I think this is all directly related to kind of amplified music, amplified sound, and hours of operation. Well, it's fun sometimes for me to be able to sing along with the karaoke when I'm awake in the apartment. It is definitely not fun to be able to hear music and singing as if I was there into the later hours of the night when I'm trying to sleep. Just this first week of operation, there was noise present Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from around 8 p.m. to 12:15 p.m. While it's understandable to be hearing very clearly music and singing on weekend nights, it is kind of frustrating to be able to have to deal with that same noise during weeknights, especially on a Sunday night. Last night it was too loud for my roommate to make any attempt at going to bed before around 12:15. As Andrew noted, he heard noise until about 12:15 a.m. 15 minutes after it was supposed to be closed. For reference to how loud this noise is, to help myself sleep personally, I've been using my headphones, which cancel all noise below 30 decibels. With these on still, I'm still hearing every single word of music and singing, as well as the bass provided by that music. To block everything out, I've had to put these headphones on, put the noise canceling on, as well as put white noise up to half volume, which is definitely significantly inconvenient. In conclusion, I hope I was kind of able to provide the council the perspective of the residents who live directly above the nightclub at 1216 University Avenue. I do appreciate Andrew's consideration of our concerns, and I hope that in the future it can be a little quieter and I can get some better sleep. So thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Heck.
Thank you. A question for Andrew Greenwood, please. Andrew, as I understand it, you are, by the conditions on your alcohol license, you must stop serving alcohol at midnight. And you're also closing at midnight too, correct?
That's mostly correct. We stop serving at 11:45 p.m. and we close at midnight. I had staff that was having background music after close. We will no longer be doing that.
Okay, thank you. And could you again just briefly describe what your plan is to address the loudness of the music? And you've expressed how you're going to address the timing of the music, but you said you were going to reduce the volume by 1/3 of the karaoke?
I would like to reduce the volume by 1/3 across the board, and then I would like to invite anyone within earshot to call me or come in anytime. We're we're trying to be very kind and gentle here. That's our nature. That's kind of our theme and selling point. So if you can hear it and it's too loud, come on down and I'll turn it down and we can kind of work together. And I can put tape on the machine of like, it never goes above this mark. I think singing and music is wonderful. It does not have to be overly loud to be enjoyable.
Thanks. And then when you start having live performances, you mentioned jazz and maybe I think you had mentioned to me earlier spoken word, things like this. How will that volume be regulated?
I think I'll have to regulate it the same way and try to just get a general level for background music, karaoke, and live events, that it cannot go above that and it cannot be amplified past 11:45 p.m. And I would like to also remain flexible with people working and living around the building to always reach out and work with me to get it to a good level.
Thanks. Just one more question. Are you using the same karaoke system as Karaoke Kid used?
We are not, no.
You have a different system. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
What are the hours that the establishment can operate with music? And I'm assuming the ALRC issued the liquor license, and and also assuming that the music is tied with that. But can staff address that?
Heather, is that you?
I'm looking through now. I'm not seeing reference to those standards that were put on by ALRC here. I know that before you this evening, the suggested conditions really have more to do with closing the doors to the outside, keeping those closed, and then ensuring that the capacity limits are met. Not seeing anything related to the conditional use regarding hours, and that would be something that if the Plan Commission wished to add a condition, the applicant would need to meet the most narrow conditions put on it by Plan Commission and the ALRC. And so that's something that the Plan Commission could consider this evening.
Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to know, what those limits could be, and
oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Cantrell. In Colin's staff report, not related to a condition, but the proposed hours of operation are 4 p.m. to 12 a.m. In the description on page 2 mentions that. Again, that's not related to a condition of approval, but that those are the proposed hours.
Okay. I must have overlooked that, sorry.
No, that's fine. I was looking for it in the wrong place under the conditions.
So was I. I guess another question is, the applicant indicated, he's somewhat supportive of soundproofing his ceiling, I assume, so that it would not disrupt the tenants above. Is that something that the Plan Commission could consider? I mean, I don't know if we've done that before.
I'm not aware of that being done before. I think it's a little bit tricky with a tenant rather than a property owner, and trying to put that condition on a tenant. I think a cleaner path might be to codify in a condition those hours of operation, or the hour in which amplified sound would need to cease.
Okay. And also the applicant has talked about reducing the volume and by 1/3, but 1/3 of what? In my opinion, that's kind of difficult to put my arms around. So I guess, can staff comment on that?
Sure. I would caution the commission against any condition that required such a thing, just because I think the enforcement and the studies to get at what are those decibel levels now and what's cutting that by 1/3 are overly complicated and probably not practical. I would say the best, the best path forward would again probably be to set a time limit and then remember the continuing jurisdiction provision in the zoning code related to conditional uses.
Okay, thank you for now.
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there further questions? Are there further questions? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Quick question. The applicant mentioned, I believe, that they're already approved for karaoke, and this was specific to the live music. I just want to clarify that I'm looking at the staff report, and it does say that they are requesting a conditional use for a nightclub for a bar with karaoke and live music. So I just wanted to confirm if one of those is currently permitted and the live music is part of the conditional use.
That's a really good question. I've been trying to comb through and find that myself. My understanding is that the former nightclub at the same site closed more than 12 months ago, and so that necessitates a brand new conditional use approval for the nightclub here. My assumption, and I wish zoning staff were still here to weigh in on this, but is that any sort of amplified music, live or karaoke is also live, at least partially live music in a way. I see that all wrapped in one within this conditional use request, since the former use has been out of the building for over 12 months.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Solheim.
Mm-hmm.
Are there further questions of staff? I see no raised hands, so I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'm not prepared to make a motion at this point. I guess I don't think that this is ready for prime time at this point. I really am somewhat sympathetic with the individuals upstairs with loud music playing until 12 a.m. every night of the week. So I guess I'm thinking that maybe staff could have further discussions with the applicant to determine, how he can address some of the potential issues with noise and the sound of music.
This sounds like a motion to refer. Is that what you're?
That's kind of what I'm after, but I guess I'd like staff to weigh in on that.
So another question of staff then. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. I think that would be a fine motion to make. We can have planning and zoning staff work with the applicant to see if they can address some of these concerns more thoroughly, working in tandem with the property owner. Just to note, I think staff up until late this afternoon was unaware of any concerns of nearby residents. And so, as you may recall, this was placed on the consent agenda, and this is coming to us fairly late in the day. And so I think that's a fine motion to make. That's what the commission decides.
Before we move to a motion, I think we've got another commissioner wishing to ask questions or speak. So unless you have more comment before a motion, Commissioner Cantrell, I'll move to Commissioner Solheim.
The other thing that I would just ask is that what about the previous use? Did the prior use have issues with noise and complaints and is because if they had complied with the 12 months, it would have been permitted and they would have been able to continue, I'm assuming. But because it's been vacant for more than 12 months, they have to reapply. So that's another, at least, question I have.
Sure. I don't know about the levels of complaint due to the former tenant in the building, the former business. But I will say that, even if this had changed hands and the business had been established, say 6 months ago, and that this would have moved forward without a further approval, since it's a conditional use, a continuing conditional use, it would still be subject to the continuing jurisdiction under the Plan Commission. So even if there had been no gap in time between users, I just wanted to clarify that this would still have continuing jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. One follow-up. Heather, in other businesses that have kind of amplified music into the night, is it fairly common in your experience for there to be different operating hours on, say, Sunday through Thursday? I'm wondering if the hours could be adjusted in a revised proposal that might provide more comfort to the neighbor.
I think we would need to coordinate with zoning and the clerk's office on the ALRC side to see, but I do think that's common just from an anecdotal, experience of the city. I think it is common to have different hours during weeknights and weekends. I mean, obviously, quote, bar time isn't until even later in many cases for many, many bars, but for nightclubs, I think that would be pretty typical to have different hours during weeknights than weekends. And so that's something we could suggest to the applicant as well.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Chair, I don't have questions. I have a comment. I don't know if that's appropriate now or not.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
As the alder of the district.
Okay. I spoke at length with Andrew Greenwood when he first gave me notice that he was opening this business, and I believe his intentions are to not open a nightclub. And that word is, I think, a little triggering. The reason that he needs a nightclub license or a conditional use really is because this is contained in the alcohol overlay district downtown that restricts certain types of venues from opening in the downtown area, State Street, University Avenue area, in order to address the fact that so many city services are stressed down there when it comes to alcohol overuse and the things that happen at bar time in particular. So I was pleased when he voluntarily, without even being asked, said he was going to close at midnight, because I do think he's creating sort of a combination of a community space and a bar and an entertainment venue. But given where it's located, I really thought midnight seemed reasonable. I didn't realize that there might be some concerns about sound, but I think everything else about his business proposal, and it's open right now, just not allowed to have the live music, is exemplary, really, considering a lot of the businesses that are down in that area. That said, I listened to Heather's comments about what we can do about the sound, and it really does sound like the hours are really about all we can do in this situation. And because I don't think he's trying to have a dance club at 2 a.m. or something like that, the proposed hours I actually think are fine. And if we were to put a restriction on Sunday through Thursday, maybe an hour early or something, and he was amenable to that, perhaps. But I don't know as if referring is going to result in any other changes. So I'm a little skeptical of doing that. But I just thought I'd give you that background information too. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, this is just a question of staff. I didn't look real closely at this one because I didn't know there was opposition to it. But is the establishment itself, would you say it's configured for this use? I mean, if it was formerly a karaoke club, it's the physical situation there. I'm partly interested in the expectations of a tenant moving upstairs. This wouldn't be completely unexpected for someone to move in to realize that they were about to be above a live music venue. Is that true?
Again, anecdotally, I mean, that seems true from my standpoint. I'm not sure when these tenants moved to Madison or moved into this location. But yes, seeing as this was used for the same type of use before, it would certainly be something that one could expect.
Thank you. That said, my only other comment is I wouldn't oppose referring it, but if we think there's a chance of getting more amenable conditions, and I wouldn't be opposed to considering the question right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hagenow.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so with everything that has been said already in mind, would it make sense to reopen the public hearing then and just speak to Mr. Greenwood and maybe even Mr. Maddox about whether they'd be amenable if closing an hour earlier on Sunday through Thursday would make sense?
Are commissioners okay with reopening the public hearing? Okay, I will reopen the public hearing, and Commissioner Hagenow, you had a question then of Andrew Greenwood?
Yeah, I think let's start with him.
Okay, okay, go ahead, Commissioner Hagenow, with your question.
Yeah, Mr. Greenwood, would you be amenable to a condition then that would reduce your operating hours down to 11 p.m. from Sunday through Thursday?
Thursday, we would need to keep, or I think we would go out of business, but Sunday would be fine. If we had to close, or say we can stay open, but we can't have amplified music past 11 on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that shouldn't hurt us. But so far, the community we've had is young people looking to live again and enjoy life. And there has been regulars and people very happy to be here in a positive, safe space where they can sing or listen to music. And our Thursdays are sometimes our biggest day.
Gotcha. Okay. But you would still be amenable to reducing the noise by, I guess we're going to stay away from that, I think, actually.
Well, with that, if it's informal, I would certainly work with anyone nearby that says it's too loud. I will move it down and keep it down. I know we can't get that into the law, but I just want to reach out to anyone that we want to be a community space and good neighbors. And that's how we've become popular, and that's how we're getting a following, is we're not Wandos, we're not Church Key, we're not throwing up at 2 a.m. out on the street. We are trying to kind of make it a more cultural, artistic, good place, like this street. So if we're keeping anyone awake, we will turn it down, and I'll mark it to keep it down, and work with them on that.
Thank you, Andrew. Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Hagenow?
I guess I would just ask Mr. Maddox, if he's still here as well, what his thoughts are on the reduction in hours, at least Sunday through Wednesday then. And
Lucas?
Yeah, thank you. I think that would be helpful. I think Paul and I are open to any kind of informal agreements from Mr. Greenwood. I can't speak for Paul of his opinion, but I think Sunday through Wednesday would be appreciated. I'm completely sympathetic with Thursday. I fully understand that. So yeah, it's just like very loud in my room. And I appreciate everything that Andrew's doing with the bar. I think it's really great for the community. I don't want to kind of be the spoil of all this things, but it is very hard to sleep right now due to the noise.
Thank you, Lucas. I think you've answered the question. Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Hagenow?
No, not for either of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Since the public hearing is open, does anybody have any questions of either Lucas Maddox or Andrew Greenwood? Alder Heck.
Thank you. A question for Andrew Greenwood. One more. Andrew, would it be helpful if we were to attempt something like this, if rather than changing your opening and closing hours Sunday through Wednesday, if we said no live music or karaoke after 11 p.m. on those days, rather than making you shut an hour early? Would that be of any benefit?
I believe that would be greatly beneficial, and we could keep it down to a very chill, just loungy discussion volume after 11 from Sunday through Wednesday.
Great, thank you. That was my question.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions of the registrants before I again close the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Thank you, Planning Commission members, and Mr. Greenwood too. I think we've worked out a solution here. I would move that the Planning Commission find the standards met for the conditional use permit, and add a condition that no live music and karaoke be provided on the premises after 11 o'clock on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Heck. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Again, I thank you, Plan Commission members, working through this. I think that we've come up with a solution that doesn't delay the applicant's proposal, and I think that with continuous jurisdiction on this conditional use permit, I think the applicant will work any complaints out with the tenants above, and I think that this is a good solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, any further discussion or comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come up. Heather, did you have something?
Just a clarifying question. Is the intent to stop any amplified sound after 11 o'clock, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or just live music and karaoke? I think it's to stop. I think it's for amplified sound.
Amplified sound was the way I
just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for seeking that clarification. Okay, we will come to a vote. Unless I see a raised hand to object, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now we're moving on to the items having to do with the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. And as you know, there are a number of those. First, we will hear from Tim Parks on all of them, setting the stage, and then we will consider each one individually. Tim.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Plan Commission. The Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan was adopted by the Common Council on July 21st, 2020 to guide future land uses, street networks, transportation facilities, urban design, and open spaces for the area roughly bounded by Packers Avenue and Pennsylvania on the east, Aberg Avenue on the north, Fordham Avenue and North Sherman Avenue on the west, kind of coming south to the point where Johnson Street and First Street intersect. Following the adoption of that on February 1st, 2022, Alder Saeed Abbas introduced 2 resolutions to amend the official map, as well as a series of 8 zoning map amendments to begin implementation of the land use recommendations in the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. The introduction of the 8 zoning map amendments is consistent with direction given to the Planning Division by the Common Council during adoption of the plan in July 2020. To prepare and forward to the Council for consideration recommended zoning map amendments in the Oscar Mayer study area to support implementation of the goals and objectives in the plan. Following adoption and the direction given to staff, staff provided the Plan Commission an informational presentation on the proactive zoning rezoning process last April 19th, 2021. Preceding that, there was an informational meeting with interested parties that was noticed by postcard that was conducted by planning staff in February 2021. The 8 zoning map amendments and the 2 official map resolutions, one of which we'll discuss tonight and another one that you just referred to your next meeting on March 21st, that those are consistent with the guidance provided by the Plan Commission last April. Just a primer on the official map. For those not terribly familiar with it, because it's a tool that we don't use that often of recent years, the official map is a planning tool enabled by Wisconsin Statute Section 62.23, Parent 6, which allows a municipality to map and reserve land for future streets, transportation corridors, public buildings, parks, playgrounds, greenways, etc. The city's official map is governed by Section 16.25 of Madison General Ordinances, with amendments to the official map to be adopted by resolution. It is worth noting that an officially mapped reservation is not the actual land needed to construct the future public facility. Details on the public improvement are determined subsequent to official mapping and closer to the time of construction. And further, the city must actually acquire the land needed to construct an officially mapped facility through dedication as a condition of development or through acquisition. In either case, that acquisition would be approved or authorized by the Common Council. The official map may only be amended by a Common Council resolution following a Class 2 notice in the Wisconsin State Journal, which is the city's newspaper of record, and mailed notices to property owners of properties within 300 feet of the area subject to amendment. Regarding the resolution before the Plan Commission tonight, Resolution 69519 proposes to officially map 2 street connections recommended by the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. The first being a 66-foot wide east-west street right-of-way that will begin at the intersection of Packers Avenue and Coolidge Street and continue northwesterly to connect to Ross Street between existing Ruskin Street and O'Neill Avenue. The second reservation is a 66-foot wide north-south street that will extend Ruskin Street north of Commercial Avenue to Huxley Street at existing Roth. The 2 streets are shown on Exhibit A attached to Resolution 69519. Other streets shown in the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, but not included in the proposed official map amendment, will be dedicated to the city and built as underlying properties redevelop. In terms of how official mapping affects properties, permits may not be issued to construct a new or enlarged building within an officially mapped reservation. The impact on the affected parcels by proposed reservations is limited to only the area to be reserved for future public use. Proposed reservations would not otherwise affect the ability of impacted property owners to use their property as otherwise allowed by Madison general ordinances. And from an enforcement perspective, reservations on the official map will primarily come to light through multi-agency, multidisciplinary site plan approval, which typically precedes the issuance of building permits. Regarding Resolution ID 69519, planning staff supports the proposed reservations and will note that the Transportation Policy and Planning Board recommended approval of the official map amendment at its February 14th meeting. And likewise, the Board of Public Works recommended approval of the resolution at its March 2nd meeting. Regarding the 8 rezonings, those are enumerated in some detail in the staff report that was attached to each of the 8 map amendment ordinances that are listed on the agenda. And we've referenced those maps 1 through 8 consistent in the staff report so that the Plan Commission may be able to follow along with that. Regarding large-scale proactive zoning map amendments, as noted in the staff report, that has not been a tool that we have historically used very often as a city. Typically, plan implementation would occur when a property owner pursues a change in use and or redevelopment of their property. We have, however, used effectively proactive rezoning when we adopted the current zoning map that took effect on 2 January 2013. In that case, there were some properties across the city that were zoned consistent with contemporary plan recommendations, but in some cases differently than they had been zoned under the old 1966 zoning code. Procedurally, like with any zoning map amendment, notice of the proposed rezonings has been sent to owners and occupants within 200 feet of the parcels to be rezoned. And we've also provided a Class 2 notice again in the Wisconsin State Journal. The Planning Division believes that the proposed districts included in the 8 zoning map amendments can implement the various land use recommendations and redevelopment goals included in the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. It is possible that another zoning district could better implement a specific development proposal for a specific area or parcel of land. However, staff feels that the proposed districts will adequately begin to set the direction for future development envisioned in the plan. Staff will note, however, that the proposed zoning map amendments may create zoning nonconformities on some of the parcels, and the Plan Commission should carefully consider the potential impact on the affected properties when making its recommendation on the zoning map amendments to the Common Council. In closing, staff is supportive of the proactive approach to plan implementation while acknowledging its complexity and chance for differing and nuanced impacts on property owners, particularly with regard to existing property in industrial zoning districts. Many of the recommended new zoning districts allow for uses that are quite different from those currently allowed on those parcels today. Staff is happy to answer questions on each of the matters following their public hearings. And I will note that we're joined tonight by Kate Smith in the City Attorney's Office and Dan McAuliffe from the Planning Division. And many of you will recall that Dan was co-lead on the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. He's well steeped in its many recommendations and will be a good resource for us tonight. So thank you. And again, I'll answer questions, or we will answer questions after the public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will open the public hearing on Agenda Item 15, Legistar 69519, amending the City of Madison's official map to establish mapped reservations for future streets and highways in the City of Madison, consistent with the recommendations in the adopted Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. We have several registrants wishing to speak. The first is Paul Nolander, Kensington in Maple Bluff, opposed and wishing to speak. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to thank the Plan Commission and the Council for moving on these things and for preserving a public park. Related to the road mapping proposal, I would encourage you to oppose item 15, the currently proposed Roth Ruskin Huxley Street remapping at this time for several reasons. There's already a Huxley Street to Commercial Avenue extension mapping that makes a nice connection through what will be a neighborhood without adding a higher speed road in that neighborhood and adjacent to a park. There's also a Ross Street, already an existing Ross Street railroad crossing right-of-way, which my understanding from people close to railroad issues is a difficult permit to get, and presuming a new railroad crossing right-of-way might not be granted is not a good way to start this process. I think the current extension mapping should be kept until those issues are clarified. The other issue there is that it cuts very close to the old oaks and a possible cultural heritage site, a Native American area there that people want to look more closely at when they have permission to go in there. And it cuts close to the tree line and the wetlands, unnecessarily close. So even if it is adopted, it should be moved. The final reason is that we may need to adjust the east border of the CN Park to accommodate the loss of a potential non-conforming areas on the south and west sides of the park. So there's a 2.29 acre strip behind Esquire Club, if that is, or 0.29, if that's lost, and if the 2 acre parcel that was added to give us the 16 is lost because of nonconformity, that should be, in all fairness to current property owners, we do not object to losing those, but it should now be adopted as an extended strip on the east side of the CN Park, and in order to keep the 16 acres that were approved in the onset plan. That also would possibly require readjusting that new street mapping proposal. So I feel that is premature. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Barbara Nolander, also 136 Kensington Drive, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes, Barbara.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I oppose item 15, the Ruskin Huxley remapping of the streets, as they will cut too close to the nature park in item 18. And also the issue of the railroad crossing that is currently at Roth Street. I think that logically Roth Street should continue straight through to what is now the old Oscar Mayer building. I'm assuming that that won't be there when that whole thing is redeveloped. And, you know, I'd like to see the specific plan for that before, you know, they go changing, remapping the Roth, Ruskin, and Huxley streets. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is David Bierman, Nova Way in Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. David, you have 3 minutes.
Do you have my exhibits that I sent in that you can put on the screen, please?
I will look to staff for that.
Very good. We'll start with that one. Common Council Legislative Action, July 2020, expressly provided for the Ross Street Wetland to be preserved with 16 acres. Plan Department documents detailing planned street reservations and shifting of the west boundary have encroached into the intended and agreed to wetland protection zone, as well as the historical cultural protection zone and old growth tree protection zone on the north and east boundaries. Plan Department zoning documents before you, which detail the west boundaries of Huxley, Ruskin, and Roth Packers connections common to the east wetland parcel boundary, results in a true surveyed wetland parcel volume of just 14.1 acres. That's 1.19 acres less than the full 16 acre parcel legislation. This acreage was developed from extrapolations of the plan document, road reservation dimensions, as well as the adjacent west, south, and parcel legal descriptions using survey software to calculate and reveal the lost 1.19 acres and detail the boundary encroachment into the dedicated wetland protection area. You could go to Exhibit 2, please. I want to emphasize and recognize that there is ample opportunity for all intended protections of wetland parcels as well as adjacent parcels and their associated proposed zoning and road reservations to coexist. However, it should not be at the detriment and loss of the wetland protection resources intended to be encompassed by this 16-acre parcel. By shifting the east boundary to coincide with the red line indicated on this map before you, exhibit drawings, intersecting to meet the northeast boundary of the parcel on the south end, 81031300076. It's at the end of Ruskin Street. The south end, the projected line northward to the west right-of-way line of O'Neill. This boundary encompassed by red reflects a true 16-acre volume. Also protects the wetland resources intended. This boundary also lends to an economic, efficient north-south Ruskin-Huxley connection immediately to the east of this line while maximizing development volume. Eastward zoning parcels TRUD, that would be the area east of that red line to the railroad tracks. You know, we're looking at a developer moving into this area and having a clean slate to develop what they need and come back as a plan. It seems premature to have a road emanating through those trees in the west.
Thank you, David. That concludes your available time. Our next registrant is Beth Slies, Nova Way, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I think I emailed Liddell. Thank you for your help earlier today. I did send in some images. I'm wondering if staff have received them. Hopefully this is outside of my 3 minutes.
Tim or Heather, did we get anything? There we go. Okay, go ahead, Beth.
Thanks, Liddell. I'm confused just as a public person that we already have a street reservation in hand for this parcel. It runs along the eastern edge of the wetland as well as along sort of towards the railroad track. So I'm wondering if, since we already have land dedicated towards a road reservation, why are we repeating this process? And we've got the land dedicated already. What that final configuration would look like would be in collaboration with what the intended final use of that eastern portion looks like. Can you proceed to the next slide, please? This is that same map, and I would, I'm a member of the Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area, and during our work on restoration, the trees to the north end that are very close to the Roth Street extension are actually, we noticed while we were working there was a raised area, and I have been in communication with the State Historic Society regarding the potentiality of this being a mound. Most of the 2007 Roth Street area is a known Indigenous burial site recognized by the Historical Society. And in communications with Amy Rosebrough, mound specialist, as well as Mr. Skibko, the state archaeologist, they did go by the site and they are in concurrence that this is a potential mound site, knowing that this is full well a known burial site area. In a recent email, Ms. Rosebrough said, our office's view per Dr. Skibbo is that the city would be best served by hiring an archaeologist qualified to work within the boundaries of burial sites, conduct a formal investigation. I would like to request that this road reservation be detained or that the Roth Street extension not be allowed until we further honor and respect this sacred land and do really almost do a survey, not only of the area by the old bur oak trees, but in particular, this 16-acre site. It is a known indigenous burial area. And this area of the north by the bur oak trees where Ross Street is going to cut right through is an area that has not been surveyed by the Historic Society per Amy and Dr. Skibbo. So in an effort to be good neighbors to our Ho-Chunk neighbors, I would request strongly that we consider this. The Friends of Hartmeyer would be happy to do some fundraising to support a survey being conducted here. And I know that the city and the university are working arm in arm with the Ho-Chunk Nation on many initiatives in the city. And let this be just one more, as this property is looking to be a public park. It would be an amazing opportunity for us to honor our Ho-Chunk neighbors. So please consider.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next registrant is Jennifer Argelander. Erie Court, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The Sherman Neighborhood Association also opposes the street map as it's been proposed. And we're concerned that a roadway that would endanger the bur oak trees along Roth and then that tree line south to Ruskin. So we do not want to lose any of our 16 acres of the CN that's been designated, and nor do we want any of those trees wrecked that would be happening if you had a road go right through there. So we like the red outline that Dave Bierman showed of what the CN area should look like, so we get all 16 acres. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. We have one more registrant for this item, Joan Bell Paul, Esh Lane, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, indicating that she is representing Next Door Madison Environmental Nature Wildlife Group with 595 members. Then we do have some more registrants, but not wishing to speak nor available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. I have one question for Beth.
Yes, thank you.
Beth, could you please explain about the mounds, about Native American, how you get across the data and what communication you're having with Historical Society and Ho-Chunk Nation?
Sure, I would be happy to. A couple of years ago, I was working with the Friends of Hartmeyer Natural Area as a volunteer, one of the founding members. And we were doing some clearing under the big oak trees that are there. My husband and I had brought an arborist to look at those trees because I was thinking about getting them registered with the state as champion trees. And during that time, we noticed that there was this elevated area under the trees. And in the interim, I have read Amy Rosebrow's books. I have joined an Effigy Mound Initiative group. I live right around the corner from Mendota Mental Health, and I'm just trying to learn more and more about the mounds. And basically, the mounds are burial sites intrinsic to the indigenous culture. In specifics for this site, I imagine the Ho-Chunk Nation ancestors. This whole area around where the Hartmeyer wetland is, was wetland and marsh, and it had some magnificent uplands. And this would be the sites where villages would be, as well as burial areas. And so in looking at this mounded area, I began conversation a couple of years ago with Amy Rosebrow, and in discussions over time about my concerns with the mound, how do we determine what's there, and also with Mr. Bill Quackenbush from the Ho-Chunk Nation, who, if you lately have heard about the canoe that was found in Lake Mendota, Bill was very involved with that as well. He's the historic preservation officer with the Ho-Chunk Nation. And I actually have shared some emails with Mr. Quackenbush. I'm in communication with him regarding this and keeping him updated as well. I also sent information to Mr. Phil Millhouse with the Archaeological Conservancy, and he met me at the site as well and was very interested in doing some further work there. The issue is ultimately, it's twofold. This is the land that has been privately potentially purchased. I know there's at least a contract for sale, and eventually a public park. And I know that right up the street, there's Borough Park, which has a mound site in it. And my hope would be that we could get a survey done on this property. Again, I would be happy to do fundraising to accommodate the cost of that if it's a burden on the city in any way. But to make sure that this is reserved, that this is observed and honored, and we just have it as a cultural resource alongside this natural resource. And I know that it's an important piece for all of us as we go forward. The issue would be in a survey that they would look for artifacts and look for the soil structure differential to see if it had been disturbed. So rather than erring on the side of let's just plow through that area, my request and my humble request is that we take this seriously and we are very careful as we tread on this sacred ancestral ground. There's a known burial site called the Track Site to the south. And a lot of this area, sure, was it farmed and disturbed? Yes. But this area in particular has not been surveyed and is relatively undisturbed. And so given that, and given Amy Rosebrow and the state archaeologist saying, you know, we went by there and we're interested in making sure let's not make mistakes as we look towards developing in this area. So
thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Liddell.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alder. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I have a question, probably best for Beth, who mentioned that there's already a street reservation for a north-south street. However, Beth, are you aware that if that reservation were actualized as a street, it would actually bisect the natural area? It would either drastically reduce the size of it, or it would cut it in half, because the currently mapped street is quite a bit to the west of the newly mapped street. So would that actually be a preferred alternative to have that existing mapped street built?
Beth?
Oh, I thought I might have been remuted. Sorry. My understanding of where the street reservation is off to the east of the majority of the wetland. I'm not talking about the Ruskin extension. I'm talking about the actual road preservation to the east of that. And it would be to the east of where the Hartmeyer Ice Arena is, and it would run off of Commercial right on through to Roth Street. So it's actually to the east on the map.
Can we pull up your first exhibit?
I can't do it, no.
Can staff pull up that first exhibit? The one prior to that. Okay, that's where I see a street reservation running, I guess it's Ruskin Street. So
No.
that's not what you're talking about?
No, the reservation, I'm sorry, I only had 3 minutes, so it's hard to be clear. My understanding is that, and I'm not a technical person when it comes to these things, but how I understood the map, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the road reservation is actually to the right. What you're looking at is, I don't know what that Ruskin dotted line is.
Well, actually, I think what you're looking at is the right-of-way of the Chicago Railroad, which the city does typically place on its maps as possible future right-of-ways in the event of the abandonment of the railroad. But that is, I believe, the railroad corridor. Am I mistaken? Or maybe we'll ask that question of
Yeah,
staff.
you're mistaken. Can you put my image back up, please? Yeah, if you go to the right of that blue dotted line for Ruskin, and to the left of the tracks, there's a prescriptive, and maybe blow that up if you can, Tim, or who's ever managing the IT. It's my understanding that, and this is how, I'm just a little old lady who lives on the north side.
Prescriptive rights.
Prescriptive rights for this, which is an extension of Huxley, I think. And you would probably know better, Commissioner, but I understand there's stormwaters to the right of that, and then the right of way for the railroad of the Canadian Railroad, the Canadian Pacific. So,
Okay, I'll have to reserve my question for staff, but I don't believe that prescriptive rights is a street reservation. It's clearly too narrow to function that way, and it's not identified the way a street reservation. The north-south, there is a north-south officially mapped street reservation to the west of that, but at least I've cleared up what your intention is.
Okay, we will then ask that of staff. Are there further questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Now, are there questions of staff? Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, of course, I have to ask that same question. Am I mistaken? Is that prescriptive rights? Is that in any sense a street right-of-way or a reservation for a street, or is that something else?
Tim?
Yeah, I'll try that one. No, I don't believe that it is. One of the images that I was showing during the questions of Ms. Slies was the official map plate that we have for this quarter section, which shows a private right-of-way connecting where Ruskin Street ends as a public street north of Commercial Avenue now, kind of lined up with where it resumes as a public street north of Ruskin. Commissioner Fernandez is correct that the railroad is in an area 66 feet wide, reserved for future streets, highways, and parkways, running along the east side. And then there's easement for public sanitary sewer that runs southerly from Huxley Street and ultimately connects to the sewer in Commercial Avenue. And then there is that 20-foot wide prescriptive strip that exists kind of in between those, between the railroad and that sanitary sewer. But those are the only officially mapped those are the only things that appear on the official map in this area.
Thank you, Tim. Did you have further questions, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Tim, so I'm seeing in the staff report on the map how it mentions that officially mapping does affect kind of the buildings off of Commercial Ave within the old Oscar Mayer development, and also a property on Ruskin Avenue. So you had mentioned at the beginning, I think, a public meeting about all of this rezoning and everything last February, as well as the postcards going out. Was there any further discussion with the actual property owners affected by this official mapping as to the implications for building permits, et cetera?
Tim?
I have not myself had any such conversations. I don't know if Dan might be able to, discuss any outreach that occurred during the special area plan process. I know that there was frequent engagement with property owners throughout that planning area.
Dan, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, just a couple of notes going back to the planning process. That alignment shifted a little bit actually, Tim, if you could throw that map back up there, that'd be great. Previously, the alignment did not, it basically extended the width of that. It's a 66-foot wide parcel on the bottom at the very south end of the Hartmeyer property. When we were given the wetland delineation, we shifted that alignment to the east to avoid any conflicts with the wetland, and doing so, that does bring into conflict the property. So after that plan, yes, we did do postcards. Was there specific notice to this property? I don't believe so. I'm not aware of that. And it is an impact on that property.
And did the postcard mention anything specific about official mapping and what that means?
Yeah, well, it did mean official mapping. It did include official mapping. We certainly view those together in conjunction with proactive rezonings. Those are tools that really do work together. It did not necessarily go into detail about what official mapping means. We have pretty limited real estate on a postcard, but there was definitely a pointing to the website that kind of gave a little bit broader explanation.
Okay. And you mentioned that the kind of realignment of that road. Did that happen after the planning process? I'm wondering if, someone going to that planning process would have seen something differently on the south there.
No, that happened after the draft document was completed, but before introduction. We actually, if people think back to the before times in early 2000s, we actually paused our introduction a little bit to work through the new information that we had with the wetland delineation and try to avoid that. But that was included in the document when it was considered by council and when it was approved.
Okay. One last follow-up. So the east-west connection that looks like, and it's mentioned in the staff report, kind of touches either side of those buildings. I know that building permits are limited if you have official mapping over it. Would it limit a permit for any part of that building? So, I understand you can't construct something new in that space, but if you were enlarging or, permitting something else within that building, would you be limited?
Yeah, I believe you can do repairs, get permits for repairs and interior modifications. I don't believe you can expand though. Actually, if you want to stop sharing, I can share for just 1 second. Going back, and maybe this is kind of jumping ahead. I am going to, I'm on my remote computer as well. So hold on for a second. Of course.
Sure.
I know. Now you know how many digits are in my password. So going back, you may recall this is probably answers several of your questions that you may have as well. Going back to our meeting with the Plan Commission back in April of last year, Plan Commission gave us some specific directions in kind of working with the alignments, one of which was to shift the alignments to the extent possible to preserve as many trees on the north end where the oaks are. We did work with city forestry as well as traffic engineering to do that. It doesn't look like a lot here, but the end result is we shift the initiation of the curve and tighten the radius, and that brings the curb line quite a bit further away from the trees than what would have been shown in the draft plan. It's also worth noting that none of the bur oaks at the north should not be affected by this street construction at all. They are actually quite a ways away from the the street alignment. The trees that are closest to those are significantly younger. They are shagbark hickory. And with the alignment, with the anticipated curb locations of the street that would be constructed in this officially mapped reservation, that would put the curb at a minimum of 27 feet from the existing tree trunk. And per city forestry, they had a comfort level with, if we developed that road in certain areas, they were comfortable that the impacts to the trees would be minimal.
Okay, thank you. Yep, I do remember that map. I guess my questions are more related to kind of, awareness of the property owners in terms of implications. I understand, of course, the city would have to purchase the property to construct that. That's all I have for now. Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell.
What's the status of that private road or that's the extension of Ruskin? I'm assuming it's not an easement, it's just a drawing on a map, but does the city have to do any type of vacating or anything like that?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so it's just a paper street that has no legal impact.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Another question that was raised about the potential Indian mounds within the right of way. I'm assuming that if the city ever accepted a dedication there, or purchased a dedication for Ruskin, they would have to do many studies, including any type of Indian mound study at that point in time, or is that the case?
I'm not super familiar with the policies, but I can give you a little bit of history of how we've been involved. So actually, way back on November 6th of 2019, I was invited to give a presentation to the Friends of Hartmeyer at Lakeview Library. Remember when we had in-person meetings? Seems so long ago. At that meeting, that was the time that they brought to our awareness the potential for mounds in the area. 2 days later, myself and Heather Bailey, who's the city historic preservation planner, went to the Wisconsin Historical Society to investigate, to determine what are these impacts going to be. And what was conveyed to us is they had no records which would impact the developability of the site. If there's new areas, that has come to our attention since then, particularly if there's an area that is of concern adjacent to the growth of oaks. That is in an area that is recommended for the future park and open space, so there would not be any anticipated impacts there. How we would proceed with construction on future streets is something that I'm not particularly familiar with myself, though.
Okay.
Is that something that Tim or Heather want to comment on? Heather?
I can give it a try, and then we can definitely follow up with engineering as well. But I mean, it's safe to assume that if we are going to acquire a property in the future, be it a street or a park, we're going to do our due diligence as a purchaser for that property. And we want to know everything that's under it as far as environmental contamination. We certainly want to know of any cultural resources such as mounds. And so in general, when the city moves to purchase property for public use, that due diligence is a really important phase prior to moving forward with any project, or even prior to moving forward with purchase.
Thank you.
So yes, I think it's safe to say that we would have future opportunities to do that. And again, the official mapping is not the city purchasing the right of way at this point.
Okay. One other question. Some of the speakers talked about 16 acres being the conservancy conservation area, the wetland area. I guess I just wanted to ask staff or clarify with staff that what we approved with the Oskamar plan was a plan. it wasn't engineered. We didn't have any engineering drawings of the CNN district and those sorts of things. So it was a estimation of boundaries, and I'm assuming that because with the street reservations or official mapping, that that 16 acres is less because of more specifics that the city has right now, doing their engineering and legal descriptions, which is required by official mapping and the rezoning of the area. Is that correct?
Heather, I see you have your hand up.
Sure. I think that, during the planning process, as you may remember, and especially at the council meeting, this was a major focus. It took us, well past midnight to come to a decision on this at the council level. So a very short answer is yes, that was a plan. We do think it's a very important guide. We're trying to utilize the tools that the city has at this time to come close to achieving that vision. And that is, what's before you this evening, official mapping and the rezoning of several different properties. But I do think that, the details will play out over time. This is nowhere close to the finish line. The city does not own any property that will be a future park at this time. We are inching closer toward implementation of the plan that's really guiding action, public and private, within this area. And the goal, when the plan was adopted, was to achieve an approximate 16-acre future park area. And so we're working with the tools at our disposal to get closer to that vision.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. This is a question for Dan. Maybe we could put up that official map exhibit for a moment. Thank you. My question, Dan, I noticed that we've aligned these two streets, which I think are extremely important streets, to create a single intersection of some sort. Was there any consideration of making more of a right angle? In other words, extending Roth Street all the way to Huxley, extending Huxley directly south to the mapped east-west street, and then perhaps a street from there, doing an S-curve down into the existing, Ruskin again. In other words, this is, to my mind, a very important connections and yet very low-volume streets that could handle some additional intersections. Was there a consideration of anything like that?
Sure. When we first kind of went through the design process, we did take a look at a couple different alternatives. A couple things that we do kind of keep in mind as we go through these designs is, how would the street work for transit? How does it work for our bike and peds, beyond for just cars? And certainly, every time we have those double right turns or the staggered T's, they aren't quite as great from a variety perspective. I spent a year living in the city of Portland, out in actually working for the city of Gresham before my time in Madison. And Portland has a lot of staggered T's. And I can tell you that is one of the few times I've been in a bike accident as a result of those staggered T intersections. I personally don't think they work well. Traffic engineering has concerns. And so I think that was one of the reasons we also went through that. Also, if this becomes a future transit route, those definitely slow our travel time, our transit time through there. And so that's kind of how we got to the current alignments. We saw the gap between the storage building and the powerhouse. It made for a nice realignment up. And then when you kind of jog, you certainly mix intersections work better when they're closer to right angles, and it kind of creates that kind of double curvature there. From an engineering perspective, we thought it works really well from a development perspective and framing the future public park. This way we have buildings fronting that open space rather than backing up to it and kind of privatizing that public asset. So those are just some of the things that we considered when we got to the arrangement that we did.
Okay.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan. And I do actually think it's an excellent alignment. All things, were there no other problems with it? But just one quick question. So the east-west route is a potential transit route. Is that correct?
I don't know at this time, but we do think about how transit can use our street networks when we are designing them. It may not be, I don't believe it is shown on the Metro's current route redesign, but we also think about how it can be worked for supplemental school services, which are more central through neighborhoods, and that could certainly be there.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into that design.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. This is probably for Heather. My first question is, Heather, you were mentioning, that the city needs to do due diligence before purchasing that land up near the area that we've heard could potentially have effigy mounds. Let's say we did discover that they were there, and we enacted this particular map reservation. What would it be? It would be mandatory, I assume, that we redesign, that we change the map reservation, right?
Well, my understanding is that the mounds are most likely near the trees that we're avoiding by the street alignment shown this evening before you. And we have many mounds in public parks today. I mean, those would very likely become a treasured resource within the park that we would protect and draw attention to. If there were mounds within, future street alignments, then absolutely we would not be paving streets over known mounds. I mean, that's why we immediately checked with the Wisconsin Historical Society, and since my last attempt at answering, we do have verification from a principal engineer that indeed they do work with archaeologists as they're doing due diligence prior to constructing streets.
Okay, thank you. Just a second question. It might be for you. We heard reference to a wetland protection area in some of the public comment. Is that an informal classification of the potential conservation area around the wetland, or is that an official term that you know of?
Great question. I'm going to look at Dan, who has spent a lot of time working with engineering and others on the alignments. And so, Dan, do you have some information on that term?
I will dance cautiously on this one. Because I don't want to speak for members of the public and misrepresent them. I'm assuming they are referring to the wetlands overlay district in the zoning code. This is not, the official mapping and the proactive rezonings would not be impacting that overlay district. That would remain in place. And existing wetland protections are established by the DNR. And we would follow their regulations.
That makes sense. I remember that from our earlier conversations about this area. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. Heather, it was my understanding during the Common Council meeting, we tried to protect 16-acre land, and council gave a direction to the staff to, save 16 acres. And it was also my understanding the oak trees property next to the Ruskin Street, if you're going towards Huxley, those are over 200-year-old trees and line of trees. My understanding was we will protect that. And now the street, what I'm looking at, it seems like we're going to cut those trees down and run the road, correct?
I don't believe that that's correct. I think Dan was covering that a little bit earlier. The oak, not only the oaks would be outside of that, future reserved right of way, but also the shagbark hickories, the significant hickory trees would also be avoided. Dan, do you, or Tim, who's ever showing it, can we show with a cursor where those areas are?
Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. So yes, but those are the shagbark, or the shagbark hickory is the one closest to the red line. Sometimes, depending on the angle of photography and the shadows, it could be difficult to precisely locate it from an aerial photography, which is why we had better success using our LiDAR digital elevation model to find those trunk locations. But yes, our understanding was, that is the location that was the major concern for tree preservations. That was what was conveyed to us as the location of the oaks, and we've done our best to accommodate those.
Dan, if you can scroll down, Tim, can you scroll down the picture? What about these trees on the south, which are all short trees? That was my intention was, and I thought that's the direction Friends of Hartmeyer and Council gave to the staff to protect these trees.
They are there. What my recollection was at council was an election by the Common Council to expand the quantity of open space to the south on the 702 Ruskin property.
I understand, but I thought there was a clear direction to save all these trees over, especially these mature line trees. And now I can see the road is running through here. I'm just confused to see that. Heather, my question to you is there any way we can protect these trees?
Well, I think it's evident in that visual that we may be dealing with the trade-off between the wetland, the area delineated as wetland, and the trees in that area. I think when working with the city forester, the trees to the north were identified as the most significant and worthy of protecting. We can always go back and work with the city forester again to take a closer look remotely, of course, since it's not our property, at the trees that are in the area to the south. But I think it was our understanding that the intent was to protect the largest of those trees, which are on the northern end. I'm looking at Dan for confirmation here. He worked with the city forester directly.
And it was also our understanding during the plan creation that those were not particularly high quality. I mean, they were mature, but they weren't specimen trees like the oaks at the north. And certainly we did. So when we went with, when we were following up on Plan Commission's request to kind of preserve those trees to the north, that was when we worked with the city forester. We were not able to get close enough because frankly, our right-of-way ends quite a bit to the south to take a more impersonal look at those locations.
So Heather, what I'm understanding is there is a still possibility for city forestry to look into, after the Ruskin Street connection, the tree line on the southern parcel, correct?
I think that we can look at that again. I think that what's before the Plan Commission now is the best alignment to achieve the most critical streets within the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan to really serve the future park and future development that the plan envisions. I'm not sure that there's a practical alternative to this alignment, but we can certainly take another look at it.
Another legal question, perhaps I can say Kate Smith or Heather, might be you can answer that. So let's say if Plan Commission approve as it is right now, it will go to Common Council. Can Common Council change it?
The Common Council, can the Common Council change the alignment of the official mapping?
Yes.
My assumption is that the council would likely direct staff to work on an interagency team to come up with a different alignment if they were looking for, particular outcomes rather than changing it on the floor of the council. But I suppose the council, I'll look at Kate here for any verification, but I suppose the council could make that change on the floor.
Yes, I agree with you, and I will check the ordinances and statute while discussion continues and let you know if that's not the case.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you, Heather. I'm just confused. I thought, again, my understanding was we're going to protect north and south both tree lines, but it seems like perhaps I misunderstood, but I don't have any question during comment. I will speak to it, but I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, thank you. So as I see that alignment, you know, you are continuing Ruskin Street from the south, and you're trying to protect that Badger diversified metal place to some extent, and go as far east as you can without removing that existing use. But it's also been my experience with official mapping that often adjustments are made. The road probably won't even get built until such time as there's development proposal, and often those alignments get adjusted at the time of development proposals. Is that a fair statement to say that if Badger diversified metal was no longer in the picture, either because they ceased to be or they were not part of the development proposal, that it would be possible to shift the road slightly further to the east within the actual platting process?
Yeah, I mean, generally, we don't use the official map frequently in the city. Usually, a lot of things happen during the platting process. And one thing that we're doing with the use of the official mapping tool is trying to get ahead of that and establish our intent as a city, preclude building permits within this area. But having said all of that, if at the time of platting, the subdivider wishes to explore a realignment of that street, we could, as a city, revise the official map contingent, concurrent with that plat occurring. And so it's not absolutely setting it in stone. I think it's really showing our intent as a city and taking a really important step toward laying that out. So we don't want to be, we want to think about the details as much as possible in advance in order to get that alignment as close as possible to what it will actually be in the future. But it doesn't mean that that's exactly where that street's going to go. And the best time to change it then in the future would be at the time of platting, concurrent with an official map amendment.
Thank you, Heather.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Are there further questions of staff? Further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. So I move that that the city amend the city official map to establish the map reservations for future streets and highways on the city of Madison to connect shop. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong one.
It's number 15.
Number 15, amending the city of Madison official map to establish mapped reservations for future streets and highways in the city of Madison consistent with recommendations in the adopted Oscar Mayer special area plan.
Do we have a second? I think that's Commissioner Cantrell has seconded that. Commissioner Fernandez, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I will. Thank you. I think staff has done an absolutely stellar job of threading the needle with all of the constraints on this. I think that north, south, and east-west roads are absolutely vital to this redevelopment. They've done a great job in preserving the existing properties, maximizing, if not absolutely, preserving the 16 acres, and avoiding trees and avoiding the potential sites. I think as more information comes in at the time of platting, there's room for adjustments, but for the purposes of official mapping, I think this is excellent.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Is there further discussion, further comments? Alder Abbas.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, all the commissioners here, for your work. And I agree, staff worked really hard. And this whole process took over 2.5, 3 years, and a lot of long meetings, and common council meeting went up till 3 a.m. to make some of the changes. The biggest concern I'm hearing from my constituent is, and I think so it's very valuable for the commissioners to hear as well, is this particular road plot which is in front of us. If this goes as it is, we're gonna lose over an acre land, which is council deeper direction to save 16 acre, and one of the acre land gonna be shrink. I also agree with Commissioner Fernandez. Things could change when plotting could happen. I understand adjustment could be made. That's very valid argument. But at the same time, as we are looking into that process, my desire is, and what I'm hearing from the constituent, is to really protect those tree line if we could. And that's something I'm gonna, before it comes to common council, I'm gonna work with the staff and look into that, what could be the possibilities. But from your point of view, I understand where the commission see this and where it stands. So I appreciate all of your time and work on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I'm a little on the fence about this tonight, not because I don't support the plan. I think it's a good connection and it aligns with what we approved previously, but I am really concerned about the communication. I think, it's easy for those of us who have been in this for a long time to remember what's going on, but this is a pretty new process to what we're doing in terms of official mapping and proactive rezoning. And it's a big jump to go from seeing a plan and, seeing a postcard about a meeting about a neighborhood plan to realizing that part of your property is going to be officially mapped and the implications of that. And I just, have some questions about if folks really understand like what that means in the long term, and things can change and it can move around as was discussed. But I think as we're, doing some of these things to implement our plans, which is an excellent thing to do, that we just maybe need to think a little bit more outside the box in terms of how that's being more intentionally communicated to people. So I guess I'm going to vote against, just to express some of that concern. But again, I do support the alignment and just hope that we can kind of think about that going forward, and maybe some communication can happen before the council meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Are there any other comments, discussion points before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Commissioner Solheim is voting no. Is that accurate? Yes, okay. The motion passes with 1 nay vote. Commissioner Solheim. Thank you. Moving on then to agenda item 16, Legistar 69497, creating section 28.022 through 00540 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 1010 North Street, 12th Alder District, from traditional residential consistent 4 district to Parks and Recreation District. We have heard from staff. We do not have any registrants for this. I will open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Heather, you wanted to say something?
Just quickly, thank you, Chair Zellers. I just wanted to ask if it might be helpful for the commission for staff to pull up an overview map, which basically shows the agenda item number and the area on the property overlaid with the zoning districts. I think it might help as we approach each one of these, just to kind of refresh and show that map. Would that be appropriate?
It looks like I'm seeing a lot of nodded heads.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay, and now I'm going to put Tim on the spot. Tim, if you have that handy, could you bring that overview map up, or otherwise I can do that too.
I do not have it, so I will have to look to you.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries. Oh, okay. Dan beat me to it here. Okay, so item 16, let's see, I think folks probably can't see my cursor now, but item 16 is the Little League field, basically to the east of Packers, shown there. And we can bring up this map periodically if it's helpful.
So that's the one we're dealing with now. And since we have no registrants, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will move approval of Legistar 69497, which approves the rezoning request for 1010 North Street from TRC4 to Parks and Recreation District.
We have a second. Seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. Did you wish to speak to your motion? Okay. Is there any discussion from anyone? Any comments? Alder Abbas.
Yes, just want to say that very supportive of that. I think so. The whole neighborhood and people who use, especially the young kids who use the baseball park, that keeping it CN is really going to benefit the community. So really appreciate, looking forward to that. Very excited for this part of the project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Okay, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 17, Legistar 69498. And I will say that all of what I will read are in the 12th Alder District and will create sections of the Madison General ordinances to change zoning as follows. Property located at 2003 Aberg, 910 Oscar Avenue, 2228 Myrtle, 2231 Myrtle, and portions of 2202 and 2150 Commercial from Commercial Corridor Transition District and Industrial General District to Industrial Limited District. And the property located at portions of 2002 and 2150 Commercial Avenue and 702 Oscar Avenue from Industrial General District to Regional Mixed Use District, and property located at 1201 Huxley Street from Industrial Limited District to Traditional Residential Urban District, and property located at 1201 Huxley Street and 1910 Ross Street from Industrial Limited District to Traditional Residential Urban 2 District, and property located at 1126 Huxley Street from Industrial Limited District to Commercial Corridor Transitional District. And I think we're seeing on the screen then what the area that we're talking about. And we do have some registrant for this item. Beth Slice, Nova Way, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Beth?
Thank you, Liddell. I've been involved with the Oscar Mayer special area planning process since before the special assessment committee was meeting as part of the Oscar group way back when in 2017. And what I'm aware of is we're, part of the excitement for the community, and I just want you to understand this, is that there's great hope for doing innovative development. And I want you to understand that. But the issue, I think, for me personally, I can't speak for my neighbors, but my sense is that when we undertook the special area planning process, we were not aware that regional mixed use was it wasn't even really an ordinance yet. And so the area around the south end of the Hartmeyer property, as well as over towards we're being designated now at the south end of Oscar Mayer, was community mixed use. It was not designated as regional mixed use. And that's where we set our sights. So that determined the building heights, that determined our outlook on what would be there. We were anticipating not 12-story buildings or 10-story buildings necessarily right at the south end of the Hartmeyer property, or even along Commercial, although it's more appropriate towards a busier street like you would see at Packers Avenue. So putting RMX there just feels like it's a violation of trust and understanding of what was presented during the specifics of the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, and in no way was represented as an option at that time. The comprehensive plan sees this as community mixed use, and as does the special area plan. So I think for me personally, this was nowhere on anybody in the community's radar. So you can't even say that there was great community engagement about this during that process, because it wasn't even really there yet to be offered to the community. And if it had been, there would have been more pushback, I'm sure, from the neighbors, because it just doesn't fit in this area. And I know that there's great need for housing and the arguments towards that. But in truth, the only area in the comprehensive plan that's related to regional mixed use is the East Town Mall and the West Town Mall. And in the special area plan, it's never mentioned. And so I'm asking you to look at this and have that as part of the overview as we go forward, and understand that we trusted city planners with presenting to us at the time what was available, and that was what we understood would be coming. And so RMX feels really huge and oppressive, and not at all what we as a community and the neighbors of that area, the Sherman Neighborhood Association, did not have as being presented to them. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you guys for being community volunteers and for doing this work.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
We have no other registrants on this agenda item. Are there any questions of Beth before I close the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. The staff report that covers all of these does mention, as we talked about before, that some of these proactive rezonings will cause nonconformities. So I guess I'm wondering, in this specific one that we are looking at, are there any nonconformities created by the change?
Tim, can you answer that? Or okay, Dan.
Dan first. Yeah.
Yeah, Dan, go for it.
So I know we've drafted something. I don't have anything. I don't have that in front of me right now, but I do know on this particular rezoning, we are creating a nonconformity on the north transfer point in TRU, I believe 1. That is something that we have vetted with Metro. They are okay with it. In all likelihood, the north transfer point will be going away with the route restructure. So we don't have issue with that. Tim, do you recall any others?
Yeah, I will note that there may be a nonconformance created with the 1126 Huxley Street, which you'll forgive me, there's quite a few of them. Try to keep them all straight, but 1126 is part of this one. There's some vacant land on that parcel. It's also used as a storage yard for the Decker Supply business at 1115 O'Neill Avenue on the west side of the same block. And we're not entirely certain how to classify Decker. Both parcels 1126 and 1115 are zoned IL, and the particular business that Decker does, depending on how it's categorized by zoning, could be non-conforming in the proposed zoning that's before you.
Okay, and was that notified to property owners with the rezoning notices?
No. And we would ordinarily not do something like that because, first of all, we can't know every use of every property. To say something so declarative as, hey, we're rezoning your property and it will create a nonconformity. The zoning code has a process for establishing nonconformity. And that wouldn't typically be something that we would put into a notice to try to encapsulate that.
And going back to this, I know that we talked about this in meetings before, so I'm just trying to refresh my memory. You know, if I'm a business owner that now has, you know, as a non-conforming use after rezoning, and go to a bank for some financing, and I need a permissive zoning letter, like you often do. Can we provide a letter saying that permissive zoning is in place, or is it qualified because of, you know, the kind of the non-conforming and being grandfathered in? That may be, I don't see Matt Tucker on anymore, but not sure if you can answer that.
Who could take that? Tim or Dan or Heather? Kate?
I can give it a try, and then Kate, if Kate wants to jump in, great. So I think what we can say is that, again, the legal non-conforming use may continue in perpetuity on the site when a property is rezoned. The difficulty then is really when that use ceases for 12 months, which you had on your agenda earlier this evening with the nightclub, and then can no longer be established in that zoning district. But if the question is, can we provide a letter that says that this is a legal non-conforming use and it may continue, then I believe yes. I'll look to Kate for any modifications to that answer.
Kate?
I don't have any modifications. My understanding is yes, those letters can be provided and have been provided in the past when there's non-conforming uses.
Thank you. Any further questions, Commissioner Solheim?
I just want to confirm again that the outreach process, if that was similar here as it was before the official mapping, that the public meeting was with the planning process last year, and then most recently it's been postcards. Is that still correct?
Dan or Tim?
Yeah, the process for the rezonings followed the same as the official mapping. We kind of did those in tandem. First with a neighborhood meeting, I believe in January of 2021, and then followed up with a meeting with an informational meeting with the Plan Commission in April of 2021.
And then for tonight, we've provided postcard or letter notices to property owners and occupants of parcels within and 200 feet of each of the zoning map amendments that are before the commission tonight. And that would be customary for any zoning map amendment.
Okay.
Just to expand on what Dan said, I want to be sure that it's clear that the engagement with these property owners did not simply end with the planning process. So the plan was adopted back in the summer of 2020. There was a neighborhood meeting early 2021 that really focused on the rezoning and these details. And that was noticed by postcard and attended by specific property owners. So it wasn't a large gap in time since the plan was adopted. They have been engaged since that in this specific plan implementation step.
Okay, great. Thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I think this is a question for Heather, but you know, I found the testimony at least provocative. What's your response? Did the RMX not exist at the time the plan was done? Was there only discussion of community mixed use, and then later it got promoted to regional mixed use, or is there public involvement in between those that that has been left out of the discussion? So how will you respond to the concern that, you know, faith has not been kept with the community?
Yeah, well, I mean, keeping trust with the community is important to us. I think that as some of you will recall, those of you that have been on the commission for a few years or for a couple of years, the RMX, or Regional Mixed Use District, indeed did not exist. It was and nor do we have a community mixed use zoning district. We don't have such a thing. The RMX district was created as part of the Housing Forward initiative as a way to basically implement plans exactly like the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan and the Greater Easttown Area Plan, the Odana Area Plan. The RMX district, when it was before the Plan Commission and Council, the Plan Commission carefully considered, well, what is that threshold then between permitted and conditional? And the decision at that time was that up to a 5-story building in the RMX district could move forward as a permitted use. I want to just bring up the height map from the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan, and I'll show the Plan Commission here that height, which is really one of the main considerations of our mixed use districts. If you look at this area here that's being rezoned to RMX within this ordinance, the maximum height limit in this entire area ranges from 6 to 12 stories. That's the maximum height limit. So we believe that trust was certainly kept when the Plan Commission and ultimately the Council decided what that threshold was for the Regional Mixed Use District, and that RMX is the most appropriate zoning district for this portion of the Greater Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan site. Again, we don't have a zoning district called community mixed use. At the time the plan was adopted, I think community mixed use was a fine recommendation for a future land use. But as you know, our gradation of possible zoning districts is a little bit finer than our future land use categories. And so we feel that RMX is completely appropriate. Certainly brought up the RMX district when we met with property owners in this area earlier in 2021. And so I feel that that's been a pretty constant thread since the RMX district was created, and see this plan as really one of the reasons the RMX district was created.
Thank you, Heather, for that context. Did you have any follow-up?
Not at all. Thank you very much. Very clear and to the point.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Then we would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I will move that the Plan Commission supports the approval of Legistar 69498, which approves the rezoning of the various parcels shown on the map as was illustrated, and which covers item 17 on our agenda.
We have a second. Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I guess I'm speaking in support of the regional, what do we call the district? The RMX district, because I do remember that we had a discussion at the Plan Commission about that specific district. and at least for the height limitations on that property. And Heather is correct that it wasn't created at that point in time, but staff was thinking about creating it in the future. So I think that that area is totally appropriate for that district because it's on the BR. It will be on the BRT. It's a major transportation regional center that's planned within this area, and I think it's appropriate for that use. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Is there further comment or discussion before we come to a vote? Any further comments? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 18, Legistar 69517. Again, all of these are in the 12th Alder District and will create sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning as follows. Property located at 2007 Roth Street from Industrial General District to Conservancy District, and property located at 2007 Roth Street from Industrial General District to Traditional Residential Urban 2 District, and property located at 701 through 705 Ruskin Street, 2007 Roth Street, and 1810 and 1834 Commercial Avenue from Industrial Limited District to Regional Mixed Use District. And we do have a number of registrants on this agenda item. The first registrant is Paul Nolander, Kensington, Maple Bluff, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak. Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone involved here, both the public and the commissioners and the planning staff for preserving a significant CN nature park in this historic wetland area. I think that in the future we will look back and say that was a very good thing to have done. So I'm supporting this motion to go ahead and approve item 18-69517 CN Park zoning for what I understood to be, as the public, was the hard-fought 16 acres of CN Park approved in the onset plan. It seems to be being nibbled away a bit. So I would ask that the commissioners or the commission, Plan Commission, adopt a motion to amend to direct planning to adjust the border of the park to make sure that where there is non-conforming property, such as the 0.29 acres behind Esquire Club and the 2-acre non-conforming parcel that was added at 3 in the morning, with a lot of public support and the commissioners voted for it. If that is deemed to be non-conforming, either that they direct the Plan Commission to come up with an alternative, unless if the city plans on purchasing that parcel from the current owner. Otherwise, we will be denied the use of that area as the park that was approved in the plan. I think that's fair to the current property owners and upfront, and it also protects the CN Park by making sure there's an adequate ecological area to provide all of the benefits as a refuge for urban wildlife, a wetland providing water and climate benefits to the city, and a healthy, equitable access to nature for kids in a growing and diverse population in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Our next registrant is Susie Pike Hughes via Pato from Coda de Casa, California, opposed and wishing to speak, representing J.R. Pike Corporation of Kerrville, Texas. Susie, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Again, my name is Susie Pike Hughes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am representing J.R. Pike Corporation and the Hartmeyer owners of 702 and 703 Ruskin Avenue. We oppose the rezone of 702 from IG Industrial General to CN Conservancy. And in contrast to the March 7 planning report, neither we as property owners nor our long-term tenants were notified of the proposed zone changes and were never approached to join any rezone meetings. Since learning of these proposals last week, we made a written and verbal objection to the proposal with Alderman Abbas and the City Plan Commission. Our tenant, Cascade Investments, has also done so. Our family has been in Madison for generations, and we grew up on the north side. We welcome improvements to our community, and we support many elements of the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. Economic development and job creation were tenets of a plan to improve the lives of Northside residents. With this proposed zone change, the city threatens small, thriving businesses that pay taxes and employ about 50 people. 702 Ruskin is paved land with buildings and is an ongoing business. Why rezone land CN when existing green space could be expanded in another direction without the disruption to jobs and livelihoods? We are bound by 99-year leases that do not expire until 2045 and 2049. Those leases are eligible for renewal for the same usage as today. This rezone does not consider the impact on these affected properties. Further, the Oscar Mayer plan calls for mixed use and high density housing, which includes existing wetlands, not 702 Ruskin. So why more wetlands? By rezoning our property CN, the city hampers future development that could support their new project. What will the future needs of residents in these new housing developments be? Consider shopping, dining, daycare, multicultural art studios, a doctor's office, perhaps a post office. We love Madison. It is our hometown. We applaud the efforts of the city to rescue the old Oscar Mayer lands, but do not support losing the existing small business, local jobs, and diminished value to the property owners. It's in the interest of the city, the property owners, the tenants, and future residents to rezone for the purpose of creating rather than limiting options for the future of our community. We ask the commission to consider less its legal authority and focus on what is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Susie. That completes your available time. The next registrant is Henry Anderson, Lakewood Boulevard, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, then moving on. The next registrant is Barbara Nolander, Kensington Drive, in support and wishing to speak. Barbara, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, I support the CN zoning of the 16-acre natural park and putting the non-conforming areas more to the east border of the park, which would create a buffer for the trees and the potential Indian mounds that may be there. And I feel that the RMX zoning should be kept away from the natural area. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Our next registrant is David Bierman, Nova Way, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. David?
I'd like you to place up an exhibit that I asked for here. First page. Hello?
Yeah, I'm looking to staff and hoping we see it up here soon.
We need to locate it.
Should be.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be Exhibit 1, CN zoning, DJB.
Okay, they're looking for it, David.
Okay.
Should we move on to Brenda and then come back to David once you've found his exhibit? Who's looking for it? Is that?
Tim will have it. I think that'd be a good idea. Oh, here we go.
Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Actually, that's the incorrect exhibit. This is DAB Exhibit 1CN. Wasn't the ones that I had up earlier. This is a zoning map. I can resend it if you'd like to move on, and you can pick it up and call me back.
Does that make sense? Tim, are you the one who's working on it? Okay, we will move on.
Have it in a moment. Go to the next speaker and we'll come back to Mr.
Okay, very good. So the next registrant is Brenda Klecker, Ruskin Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak. Brenda, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead, Brenda, 3 minutes.
Brenda, you are unmuted on Zoom side. You may be muted on your microphone or your headset. Brenda, if you're unable to, if you are unmuted on your headset or your microphone and you're unable to speak, you should exit the meeting and return and see if that fixes the problem.
Okay. Okay, so we're back to David then. David, you have 3 minutes and your slide is up.
Very good, thank you. I echo some of the concerns of the other respondents here this evening about the chipping away of the CN zoning. As you can see in this map, the yellow colored area represents 14.81 acres. I know it was alluded to that the Common Council action was only for approximately 16 acres. However, I just a few weeks ago, before I started the survey work to calculate the volume of this area, listened to that action, and it explicitly says 16 acres. Already you can see up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a parcel that used to be included in the original zoning, CN zoning for this area. It's 52682, but has been removed. That's 3.489 acres. And then there was the area in question below that Ms. Pike talked about, and the 2 acres added. My concern is this: robust public engagement and research went into this wetland to define what it was, where it was, and what should be protected. It's being split away from by road reservations and approximations. Even the road reservation is within the wetland upland protection boundary required by the DNR, so that wasn't researched very well. My point is that 16 acres were delineated or identified to be protected, and that zone should stay, and that should be reflected in the zoning map of a full 16-acre calculated distance for this protection area. And I don't think anyone that was involved in this process will yield on that, nor should the Common Council. And I think this body should honor that and adjust that CN zoning accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Shall we try Brenda again? Brenda Klecker, Ruskin, you have 3 minutes.
All right, Brenda, you should be seeing a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go. We're unmuted in Zoom.
Brenda?
Well, if you're speaking, we can't hear you, Brenda, and you are unmuted in Zoom.
Okay, let's move on and maybe at the end then come back to Brenda. Beth Slies is up next. Nova Way, opposed and wishing to speak. Beth?
Thank you again, Liddell. I just wanted to make reference to page 25 of the special area plan, where the area to the south of the Hartmeyer property, the wetland area, is indicated as community mixed use. And on page 27, it's indicated as community mixed use. So to say there is no community mixed use, why were we presented with that as an option? On another note, there are several concerns about the property in this area. And I know I sent information to all the commissioners, hoping that you had a chance to see what I sent regarding subsurface contamination issues on the Hartmeyer property. There's some fuel oil issues as well as surface soil issues with arsenic. The Oscar property has many contamination issues. And right now, the parking areas all serve as caps for that property. But once things begin to get cut open and things are exposed, I want everyone on this commission and as well as the Common Council to be prepared for requesting phase 2 investigations on all these properties prior to any construction happening in exposing the public, exposing future residents to contamination. I find it rather upsetting that we are placing low-income families, senior citizens, homeless people on top of unexplored subsurface contaminations. We have a tiny house village on top of an old gas station. We have very serious contamination at the south end that you just voted in for regional mixed use and high density housing. There is an indication of low income housing also at the south end of the 2007 Roth Street area. And I wonder what our thinking is. This is an environmental justice issue. And it really needs to, this is a post-industrial area, the likes of which we really don't have in Madison. Over 100 years of industrial use, there's lots of known contamination under the Oscar property. The north end was being considered by the city at one point for purchase for the bus facility. They hired a very expensive environmental attorney from Milwaukee, and we walked away from that. And we can say it's because of this and that, but I would think that if it was an okay thing to purchase, it would have been purchased. So I'm asking you, much like we've done with other issues in the community regarding public health and safety, to be really careful as we proceed.
Thank you, Beth. That concludes your available time.
Thank you, Liddell.
The next registrant is Jennifer Argelander, Erie Court, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. The Sherman Neighborhood Association strongly supports the full 16 acres that were promised in OMSAP to be zoned for CM. The proposed map that we're looking at now has already cut 0.29 acres behind the Esquire Club away. Now you have a road that's going to destroy the trees we want protected going south, and you're putting, a road there, and we're going to lose some of the trees like they aren't important, and that's over an acre. And then we were given 2 more acres that was on a business site. So we want to ensure that we get all 16 acres, even if you have to move everything to the east. Now, the importance of wetlands is that no development around this border should negatively affect the wetlands. For example, tall buildings will block the sun, affecting plants and animal life. Dewatering, as you're doing construction and building, draws the water down in the wetland. No road or development would damage the trees that we have, and there should be no underground parking. 5 or more stories on the CN will degrade the whole ecological functions of the wetland. This wetland plays a critical role lessening flooding, filtering stormwater, replenishing groundwater, improving air quality, as well as providing green space. So in essence, it's critical in addressing climate change challenges, which I would hope the city would support. Also, everyone was very upset about the RMX, which was not in the OMSAT, and no one wants anything as intense in this area of the 2007 Roth, 701 to 705 Ruskin, and 1810 and 1834 commercial. We do not want that to be RMX. We also appreciate Alder Abbas for getting the zoning changed closer to the CN from RMX to TRU2. But the association wants less dense buildings on the border. We're recommending TRV with some creative variety of building options right on the border, and then TRU1 behind it to fill that out. In addition, SNA is quite concerned about the proposed housing where soil is not conducive for large buildings and where the land is contaminated. We want to be sure that any development on this site must ensure that toxic chemicals are not released and that future residents are protected. And in my opinion, that Prism 2 building would be something nice around the wetland with more green space and not as intense. I just thought that was a nice design. That's just speaking for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Our next registrant is Chet Hermanson, Boyd Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Chet, you have 3 minutes.
Chet, you should be seeing a prompt to unmute yourself. It may be underneath a window or something, but you should see a prompt to unmute. There you go. Hey.
Okay, Chet, you have 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to say that I'm a firm believer if you're going to do it, you should do it right the first time so you don't have to do it over. And in this situation, I don't think you are going to have time to do it over. So you better do it right the first time. And the second comment is about the older people that we're supposedly going to put into these high-rise buildings and the amount of green space that they're going to need. The CN zoning and keeping the 16 acres zoned CN will be a very good place for those seniors who can't travel to the north for their vacations or to the west for their vacations. They can see nature around them every day. And again, to reiterate, the tall buildings are going to put shadows on that green space, and cutting down the trees all the way down the corridor is an horrendous mistake as far as I'm concerned. It will take 100 years to get them back, and none of us are going to live that long. So I think we should leave them for whoever moves into that new area. Thank you.
Thank you, Chet. Joan Bell Call, Esh Lane, Madison is in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Do we have Brenda Kleckner any closer to being able to connect? Brenda, you have 3 minutes.
Brenda, it's *6 on your phone. Brenda, if you hit *6, you'll unmute yourself on the phone. There you go.
Yes, okay.
Hi.
Brenda, 3 minutes.
I would just like to say that I oppose this. I agree with everything that Susie Pike had said. You guys, I am at 703 Ruskin Street. I'm the person where this road is going to angle off. You're so worried about those trees and stuff that are there. It's nice to keep them, but in return, you're going to get rid of my buildings and the things on our property as business owners. It seems to me that we are more concerned about all those trees instead of just maybe some of the trees. You guys, it angles off, and there's a building right there that you're going to put a road through. we are part of that lease, have a lease until, I believe Susie said, 2049. I think that we need to look at a different way to put this road in so it is not jeopardizing the buildings on our business. I also think that you guys are putting all these houses and things or apartments in there. We went through this with all the airplanes coming into Dane County Airport or the railroad making noise when they sound off. All of a sudden, we don't have a problem with the noise problem anymore. We need to start thinking about, you want all these houses and apartments and things to go in there. I don't think that the roads are equipped to handle the amount of traffic that is being put forth on them. I have to say.
Does that conclude your testimony, Brenda? I think that does. Thank you, Brenda. Are there any questions of any of our registrants? Any questions of any of our registrants before I close the public hearing? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'm not sure who can answer this. It might be Heather. It could be anybody. It could be Kate Smith. I don't know. I'm thinking about the non-conforming use question again. And as I recall from when we considered the Amazon Center off of Milwaukee, we learned that not only could non-conforming uses continue in perpetuity, I guess, but they also could do some form of improvement that still allowed them to keep their non-conforming use. I can't remember if it was about the volume of the structure could increase by 50%, or perhaps was it the value of the structure without jeopardizing that?
I can take that. It's 50% of the value, so for improvements, and it's cumulative improvements over time.
Cumulative. Okay, so there are opportunities to do improvements and things, but not to change use.
Yes, you can't change the use, exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Solheim.
Quick clarification regarding non-conforming use in the 702 Ruskin property. I had that, and I may be messing this up as I have a lot of maps up on my screen, but is that agenda item 20, 2 items from now? Yes, I see Heather nodding. Okay. All right, thank you. So I'll save some of my questions on that for that one. That's all I have, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Nicole. Commissioner Fernandez.
So I just wanted to confirm that 703 Ruskin, that's the property that is being slightly hit by the alignment of Ruskin Street as it turns to the east heading north. Is that correct? Okay, so some small part of that property would be in the official map of the road, but I don't believe it becomes a part of the CN. I don't believe it becomes a non-conforming use under CN. Am I correct?
Dan?
Yes, that's correct. The 703 Ruskin is proposed for rezoning to RMX.
But well, okay. Let me follow up on that, because I think the property owner was concerned about the CN zoning creating a problem. But would that property even be non-conforming under RMX?
705 Ruskin is the parcel that is most impacted by the official mapping for the north-south street, and would be on the east side where we're recommending RMX and TRU2 zoning. The Conservancy zoning is the area in green shown on the west side of that future street.
Right. Thank you, Tim. So would 705 be non-conforming under RMX?
I don't know that we have a complete grasp on the uses of that site, but I think that there's a possibility at least that there may be non-conforming uses on that site. I don't know if Dan has anything more that he can add.
Yeah, some of these uses, they could fall into several potential zoning categories. And for example, Badger Diversified Metals, it's a metal fabricator, looks to be primarily doing kind of custom one-off work. Is that a manufacturing? Is that a limited production and processing? The way zoning would come down on that would determine whether it would be an allowable use under the proposed rezoning.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Fernandez?
No, I think that clarified, though, that it would not even be impacted by the Conservancy zoning that we're looking at under this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I guess for some of these potential nonconformities, it would be helpful to know, I know you don't currently know all of the uses, but to better understand if it is or, not immediately a nonconforming use. And then would it be possible to better understand the current value of the property if it is a nonconforming use? I'm just thinking, to follow up on Alder Heck's clarifications. If, a tenant has a 40-year lease, and that's a pretty significant amount of time. And if, depending on what the current building's value is, 25, 50% may not be that much for improvements cumulative over time. So I guess I'm wondering where that value comes from, and if that information, along with the uses, would be able to be provided.
Heather?
Sure. I think we could provide that through an analysis of just assessor's records. We could look at the value of the land, value of improvements, and get an approximation of those existing uses today. We do not have that in table form prepared for the Plan Commission this evening, but that's something that staff could take some time to put together with data from assessors and coordination with zoning staff.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner Solheim? Okay, no. Thank you. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I recommend that the Plan Commission approve Legistar 69517, which approves the zoning classifications in Area 18.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Heck. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Is there discussion, comments by any of the other commissioners? Commissioner Solheim.
I will vote against this motion, just asking that we could reconsider it again with some further information. I'm just not quite comfortable without some information on current uses, future non-conforming uses and some of the tenants and the value of improvements over time. Some of that clarification would be helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. I know tonight here we are looking into a zoning change, and we're not discussing about projects here, but I also want to bring in the attention of the Plan Commission. There is an Illinois developer from Illinois who want to propose 550 unit affordable housing on Hot Mile land. If this amount of dense housing come and affordable housing, it's extremely important for us to have resident enough space to enjoy 8-acre plus is a wetland, and the rest of the land is really important to keep a 16-acre land as promised. And in our special area plan, the council approve and express a commitment to provide 16-acre land. And I think so we should stick with our plans as it is. I do understand non-conforming issues and concern, but that plan was came and adopted by council after over 2 years of public input process. So I will appreciate if we move forward with protecting all 16-acre land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. Are there further discussion points before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Commissioner Solheim votes nay. Motion passes. Moving on to agenda item 19, Legistar 69535, again, all in District 12, and will create sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning as follows. Property located at 1115 O'Neill Avenue and 1810 Roth Street, from industrial limited to commercial corridor transitional, and property located at 1125, 1135 Ruskin Street and 1126 through 1138 O'Neill Avenue, from commercial corridor transitional to traditional residential urban 1 district, and property located at 1113 through 1117 Ruskin Street and 1106 through 1114 O'Neill Avenue, and 1802 through 1804 Ross Street, from commercial corridor transitional to traditional residential urban 1 district. We do not have any registrants on this item. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Could you show the map? It's and on all of these, I would like to have the map shown because that will show what we're talking about. And so, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you. Again, I guess I want to ask a question of staff about non-conforming uses. I have to admit this is quite complicated for me because I'm not seeing the zoning lines against the aerial photo. You know, I could have probably done some better research on this, but it's a limited industrial. I mean, are there any industrial uses in this that are going to become non-conforming?
In this case, there is a personal indoor storage facility on 1106 O'Neill Avenue at Roth Street. Those are only allowed in the IL and IG district with conditional use approval. So at a minimum, that will become non-conforming. We also previously touched on Decker Supply, which is recommended for CCT, whether or not that use, which is, it's very, they fabricate highway signs and distribute protective equipment for construction. So how they would be characterized by the zoning folks, our colleagues in zoning, based on the uses would determine whether or not they're non-conforming. So those are two that we're aware of in this area.
Okay, thank you, Tim. And just to confirm, but we don't have comments or people registering on this issue.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Heather?
Sure. If I could just expand on that answer just a little bit. I think, you know, the Planning Commission has worked with staff on these very tough issues. They get really in the weeds. We've had some advice from Planning Commission in the past to explore ways to get closer to the zoning categories that would implement our plans, perhaps even at the expense of some nonconformities. But I think that one of the things that the Plan Commission will really be considering tonight, and the council will consider when these come before the council, is, you know, it's one thing if we're creating a non-conforming use, but there are a wide variety of economically viable future uses for that property owner to pursue. And some property owners, even if their use is becoming non-conforming, they may be wildly supportive of that change because of the economic opportunity that it provides them moving forward. In other cases, the creation of a nonconformity under other zoning districts may not create the long list of future opportunities for use of that site. And so I just wanted to mention that there's the complex consideration of creation of nonconformities, but there's then also the question of what are the opportunities that those owners will have. And so I just, you know, for better or for worse, I wanted to mention that and make sure that it's on the minds of the Plan Commissioners.
Thank you, Heather, for providing that additional context. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Cantrell. You need to unmute.
There it is.
Okay. Thank you.
I will recommend the Plan Commission approve Legistar 69535, which is the zoning changes in Area 19.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Moving on, agenda item 20, Legistar 69538, again in Alder District 12, and it will create sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning as follows. Property located at 702 Ruskin Street from Industrial Limited to Commercial Corridor Transitional, and property located at 702 Ruskin Street from Industrial Limited to Conservancy District. And we do, excuse me, have one registrant who is available to speak or to answer questions. Brody Richter, 2 East Mifflin Street, Madison. Opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing J.R. Pike Corporation. Are there any questions of Brody Richter? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask for a little clarification from staff history, I guess, to some extent. But am I correct now? This zoning is going to create a split zoning on a single property. There's a commercial use of some sort that is going to become conservancy. How did that piece become part of what was identified as future conservancy, even though it's not green space now, it's not wetland, it's paved area, but it appears that historically, as part of the plan, that portion was, shall we say, promised as green space or something. What is the genesis? Why is that piece part of the green space?
So either Heather or Dan. Dan, it looks like you're up.
Heather, or if Heather wants to add commentary as well. So as part of the Oscar Mayer plan development process, we were very aware throughout the process that there was, I would say there was a lot of discussion around the size of the recommended amount of open space in the generalized future land use component of the plan. In our initial iterations of the concept, it started as 8 acres of open space. It then changed to 14 and then 14.1 once we had the wetland delineations done. Throughout the approval process, 14.1 was what was in the draft, staff's recommended draft. But the amount of open space continued to be something that was discussed thoroughly at every public meeting. And I'm sure many of the plan commissioners remember that. As I recall, out of plan commission, the recommendation that they forwarded council was the staff recommended draft at 14.1. However, we were aware that many members of council had strong desires to see more amount of open space incorporated into that plan. There were several other alternatives that were put forward at a variety of locations. They ultimately, I believe, 2 other amendments were proposed at council before we got to or 2 other larger amounts of open space were proposed at council for amending the generalized future land use. And adding this particular property to this portion of it was one that staff felt could basically leave a lot of the other critical functions of the plan intact while expanding the open space. We did kind of craft that line to be kind of balancing, assuming that these properties will be developed in time, that the amount of open space would approximate the amount of parkland dedication that equaled to about 2.82 acres. At about, I don't remember the exact time, it was a very late meeting, but council did vote to approve or add the land on 702 Ruskin, which staff put forward as an alternative to consider, incorporate that into that generalized future land use plan. A couple minutes later, right at the very end of the meeting, probably pushing 3 o'clock, there was another amendment to the adopting resolution that directed staff to prepare proactive rezoning and official map recommendations, and we're going through that process now. And that is how the northern portion of 702 Ruskin met the CN zoning.
Thank you, Dan. It looks like Heather has something to add.
Just realized that we do have 2 late registrants who just registered a few minutes ago, but probably before the hearing was closed.
Okay, then I think we should probably take those before we take the further questions of staff. So with the agreement of plan commissioners, I will reopen the public hearing, and we will hear from those 2 registrants. And Heather, you'll have to read those then in.
Sure, thank you. The first registrant is Beth Slies of Nova Way, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Paul Noldner.
Beth, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Liddell. The way that this came about was during the wee hours of the morning. We had gone from 14.1 to 17.6. There was a mid-range proposal by Alder Abbas for 21.1 acres. That was cut back down to the 16 acres. And when the 16 acres came, no, back down to the 14.1, sorry. And then Alder Rummel said, you know what, let's lock this in at 16. I just watched the meeting just the other day. It was quite gruesome. It was a meeting of over almost 8 hours, you know, and I appreciate the work that went in. But the final vote was to preserve all 16 acres. And at that point in time, there was a small area. That area was actually dedicated for low residential, according to the land use map in the OMSAP. And Dan McAuliffe and Alder Rummel said, I don't know where to put this. And Dan said, all right, I'm just going to put it down here. And it means we're going to lose some of that low residential, but we're going to put it in as conservation. And quite honestly, it never dawned on me. I'd never been back in that area. It never dawned on me that there were buildings there or that it was in a filled area. So I guess my request is, should we decide to negate this agreement for 16 acres and remove those 2 acres, that those 2 acres be reapplied to honor the will and the desires of the Common Council, and add those to the eastern portion of the property so that we have fully our 16 acres of green space for these 4,000 people that you're going to be bringing forward into high-rise apartments. Let's do the right thing for low-income families and senior citizens and the community at large, for the Sherman Neighborhood Association and the 15,000 Madisonians that voted the comprehensive plan through and did all the work on that. So thank you for your time, everybody. I really appreciate the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. And the next registrant, Heather, is
Paul Noldner of Kensington and Maple Bluff, neither supporting nor opposing.
Yeah, I'll keep this short. You guys are working incredibly hard here, but I think it's really wonderful and worthwhile work, and I'm glad it's being done fairly. I will keep it short. I would suggest that I registered to neither on this particular item. I fully understand that the non-conforming property owners' rights and interests should be protected. We have always, as Friends of Hartmeyer, we have always talked to the adjacent landowners and Hartmeyers and said fair value if property is sold, and we are not looking to displace historic uses. And I just wanted to make that clear. What is also clear is there was a very clear intent to preserve a substantial, sustainable wetland area and park for the largely increasing population. And the answer to that is to go back. I would recommend that you direct staff to identify a 2-acre strip that better protects those trees and the oak trees on the east side, and that will accommodate the council's desire to have a 16-acre park, and which is cut way back from what we originally wanted, of course, but we should do that, and let's get it done. And I'm sure that our very capable planning staff can amend that X-shaped road interchange a little bit to accommodate a broader strip on that side. Please make whatever motion is necessary to make that happen and accommodate the Pikes and the property owners. It should be 2.29 acres because we also lost the piece behind Esquire, and we have no interest in taking that land away from them either. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any questions for either of our registrants on this agenda item? And okay, so it looks like Alder Hack does have a question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I actually don't have a question, but I wanted to point out that Brody Richter has been raising a hand many times, and I suspect may have registered improperly and wants to speak. I don't know if he can change his registration at this point to accommodate that, assuming that's what he wants. well, he's not raising his hand now, but oh, there it is. I don't, if that's permissible, sorry, Chair.
Do we know whether Brody Richter does want to speak?
Perhaps a member could ask Brody a question. He's registered available to, or he or she, sorry.
Okay.
I'll ask a question. Thanks.
Okay, you can ask him if he wants to speak. Okay, go ahead.
Brody, did you mean to register as wanting to speak? And if so, would you like to?
I appreciate the noticing of my hand constantly raising electronically there, Alder Heck. It's much appreciated. I had originally registered to be available to answer questions. I wanted to speak simply because my client is represented by Susie Pike, who spoke earlier, I think inadvertently on the wrong agenda item. And another alder, I think, picked up on it, but she was specifically addressing the rezone to conservancy of the northern 2 acres of 702 Ruskin. We filed a letter as well with the Plan Commission. The owners of the property are strongly opposed to the rezoning of that portion of the property. As has been noted several times in tonight's meeting, those 2 acres are completely paved over, have multiple buildings on them. Those buildings house currently operational businesses. There are long-term lease agreements in place on the property, and the property is currently being utilized in compliance with all of the applicable zoning regulations. My clients have no objection to green space. They're very much in favor of the wetlands being utilized as a public park. They just do not agree with the rezoning of their property as conservancy, which would extremely hinder their ability to do anything and deprive them of significant value for that property. We're fully understanding that we have the legal non-conforming use, but that does eventually expire if there is a gap or if there is too much improvement on the property. So I just wanted to be sure that that was on the record, on the proper agenda item, that is a strong opposition from the current property owners. So thank you for the time, and I won't say any more.
Thank you, Brody, and thank you, Alder Heck. Did you have any other follow-up? Are there any further questions of any of our registrants? Nicole, did you have questions of the registrants? No. Okay, then I will close the public hearing and we will go back to questions of staff. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. One of my questions was going to be if you had heard from that property owner, but that just answered that question. My other question was regarding those 2 acres of the north side of 702 Ruskin. And I know this may be looking back a while, but I know it was added in kind of during that council meeting late. Can you describe if that was ever an option during the planning process where the neighborhood would have tended if that was a potential CN area?
Dan?
Yep, I'm happy to give a little bit more context. So for the vast majority of the planning process, the Friends of Hartmeyer were pushing or for advocating for a 31-acre open space, which would include the totality of what is formerly the Hartmeyer property, now the Kraft Heinz property. That was their stated goal. And I think there was a larger question about kind of what is that balance of open space and development in an area that is highly transit supportive and balancing the housing needs versus open space. As I mentioned before, throughout our planning process, we started at about 8 before we had the wetland delineation. Based on public feedback, that increased to 14. Then when we had the wetland delineation to further avoid wetland interactions, we shifted the alignment to 14.1. That first piece was discussed initially at 2 meetings of the Board of Park Commissioners that occurred during the approval process. I believe I don't recall what the exact motion that the Board of Park Commissioners took. I believe they kind of punted on that. I don't recall. This is going off memory. But yes, that 14 point or that additional 2 acres was not discussed before that. As I mentioned at council, there was several other amendments. First was the 31 acres, and then there was something 20, and I think this was the third one.
Okay, thank you. That is a lot of iterations to follow. I appreciate it. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell.
You know, this specific rezoning troubles me a lot. And I'm glad that Dan gave a history of this, because I don't ever remember us proposing that area for conservation. And I, as I recall now, it was a residential. I don't know if it was medium or lower density, but it was townhouses and that sort of thing. But I think, but it was never proposed for conservation. So I guess, but this one, we're really giving that property owner no use of the property except for conservation and continuing their nonconformity. Most of the other districts that we're creating, we're creating at least the option, the potential for future use, for future uses, maybe not a mini warehouse, but apartments or some higher use that actually they could get some benefit from. But this one we're not. And I guess this troubles me a lot. So anyway, that's not a question, it's a comment, but it's a comment to all the commission members. So anyway, thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Well, I just want to say, thank you for that. This whole issue has gotten way better clarified for me, because I was not here for a lot of those issues, and I now understand it better. But this particular parcel troubles me in the same way, and I, on one hand, I just have to salute planning staff for threading the needle between a rock and a hard place here, because I have difficulty with making this area conservancy, giving it essentially very little value, if any, and making the conservancy smaller. So that said, I guess to turn this into a question, is there any ability to provide more area on the east side of this, as has been proposed several times, or what would be the downside, shall we say, of moving that entire road further east and creating 2 acres on that side?
Dan?
I guess I'll try this, unless Heather wants to jump in. I think, to speak practically, shifting that would basically be shifting the balance of which property owners provide, or the future development, which ones are holding that future park space and which ones are not.
Mm-hmm.
I think possibly the essential question is the difference, something that we kind of discussed during the initial public neighborhood meeting, is kind of what I like to call the difference between planning and nowing, right? Planning is, the long term. On the 702 Ruskin site, we understand that it's likely not going to stay a truck terminal and some contractor shops forever. And I think the plans, the essence is thinking about what is that future use and what goes there, what's the most appropriate thing. I think when we talk about the proactive rezonings, we get into nowing, and that's a different question. And I think I'll stop there. I think it would be challenging to shift based on some of the alignments and just how tight everything else is, but I'll let other staff talk.
Tim?
Yeah, you might also be hearing from my cat too. That's unfortunate. My apologies. So yeah, we have to fundamentally think about what we're saying there, because we're talking, we've already recommended to the council that we officially map that north-south street. We heard concerns about the proposed alignment. I think it's fair to say that we're juggling a fair number of chainsaws in terms of, but we're not juggling them near any trees, no trees. In terms of wetland protection, the amount of open space, trying to avoid existing buildings and uses, different areas of trees, potential historic resources, if indeed there are burial mounds present on the site. And, it's no coincidence that we're now fitting the puzzle pieces together. I liked Dan's metaphor about nowing, because we have legal descriptions that pertain specifically to the areas that are going to be zoned CN or RMX or CCT, et cetera. And all of these hip bones connect to all of these leg bones. So to say that we're going to shift a road alignment, we have to also adjust the legal descriptions for the areas that are going to be zoned, which happen to fall roughly in the case of this Ruskin-Huxley extension. Those zoning boundaries run to the center line of what would be that officially mapped reservation. So that's not to say that we cannot do some of these things, but we cannot do it just solely tied to 702 Ruskin. We may have to kind of rewind a little bit and look at some of the other questions that we've already decided tonight, if indeed that is the direction that the Plan Commission would want to go.
And I think Heather has something to add here.
Sure. I mean, building on Dan and Tim's comments, I also just want to remind the commission that even absent proactive rezoning, the plan isn't changing. We're not amending or recommending that the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan be amended to show that, the future vision for extending that future parkland even further south, or in the case of the Sherman Avenue property that's come up a few times tonight, further west on that property where there's an existing parking lot. I think that the decision before the commission tonight is whether to move ahead with this implementation tool and proactively rezone these properties for that use. If the commission and ultimately the council decide not to do that at this point, they're not abandoning the longer term plan for the 16-acre park site that was discussed and envisioned in the planning process. If at such, remember, the City Parks Division owns nothing in this area right now. We do not own a future park right now, but that would be an important next step, right? If we were going to actually have a public park, we would need to buy that public park as a city and work on it for many years to come. This 2-acre piece at 702 Ruskin could be acquired at a later date by the City Parks Division with a willing seller. That later date may be 10, 20 years down the road, but I just want to stress that we're not abandoning the Oscar Mayer Special Area Plan. It doesn't hinge on this decision by the commission or the council. Thanks.
Tim, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I do. I think it might be an appropriate time to recall for the Plan Commission how in section 28.182 pertaining to the Plan Commission's recommendation on zoning map amendments, that the Plan Commission can recommend adoption of a smaller area than what is contained in the ordinance. It cannot expand an area to be rezoned. It also, in the case of special districts like the CN district, it cannot, change the designation. So, In some cases, in some subchapters, the Plan Commission can recommend adoption of a less intensive or more restrictive zoning classification, but it cannot recommend adoption of a more intensive or least restrictive district. So you can go, for example, from IG to IL, but you can't go from IL to IG. Likewise, you can't say, all right, well, we'll just zone the area, for example, 702 Ruskin, to say, well, we'll just zone the area that's recommended for CN to CCT. We would have to change the ordinance. We would have to notice a new public hearing. So if the Plan Commission was so inclined, they could refer that question and give us direction on what they want brought back, and then we could proceed to do that. But we also have to look at the specific requirements of when we're rezoning property. It's a very detailed process that we have to follow pretty carefully.
Thank you, Tim. That was good to raise. Are there further questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell. Question of staff.
Yes, question of staff. If we decided to refer this specific one and direct staff to zone it something else, do we have to change the plan as well? Would we have to do a plan amendment to change the plan? Because then the potential district that we were suggesting would not be consistent with the plan.
Heather?
I think there are a couple different ways to go about it. We could approve what's in front of us, recommend approval of that. You could simply place on file what's in front of the Plan Commission, maintain the existing IL zoning on the site, or recommend that the council do so. That need not change the plan at all. It's just a choice not to do a proactive rezoning on this property, but to allow it to play out over time. The Plan Commission, to Tim's point, could say, well, the portion of this property that's recommended to be zoned CCT, we'd like to move forward with that. But for the back portion that's proposed to be rezoned to CN, let's just keep that IL like it is today. You could do that because you can make a choice to rezone less of a property than what's in front of you. So those are three choices that I see. I think if you refer it, we would still need, and I'll look to Tim for some clarification on this, but we would still need, direction, a new legal description, a sponsor to move forward with a different combination of zoning districts on the site.
I wanted to chime in quickly on the park question and consistency with the plan. If the Plan Commission said, for example, to bring back a zoning map amendment that proposed CCT for the entire site. Parks and playgrounds are a permitted use in the CCT district. It's probably not a zoning district that we would customarily look to first to implement a park and open space recommendation, but it would be in play in CCT zoning. It's actually in play in the existing IL zoning. I don't know that there are many, there may not be any zoning districts where parks and playgrounds aren't allowed. So from the standpoint of the integrity of the plan, you could, indirectly at least be implementing that park and open space recommendation other than CN zoning. I think the thing that CN zoning and possibly park and recreation zoning stand apart from the other districts in the code by virtue of the fact that, open space and parkland are among the very few things that you can do in those districts. versus other districts which have a broader spectrum of allowed uses.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
If I can do a statement. Heather brought out something I think is very important for all of us, that at this point in time, unless we have a donation or someone gives us a bundle of money or the city buys that's conservation site, it doesn't exist. It exists as a wetland, but it doesn't exist under public ownership. So the city will either have to accept a donation or purchase the land. And I think if we're implementing the plan totally, this property will be purchased in the future. That's the only way that we're likely to get it. And so anyway, that's at least my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of staff? If not, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yeah, I move approval of agenda item 69538, creating section 28.022000522, the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 702 Ruskin Street, 12th Aldermanic District from Industrial Limited to Commercial Corridor Transitional District, and creating section 28.002000553 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 702 Ruskin Street, 12th Aldermanic District from Industrial Limited to Conservancy District.
And is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yeah, I would like to. And I just think so many good points have been made here, and want to definitely appreciate that. This is really a terribly complicated issue, but I don't see value in delaying it. I think that staff has done a magnificent job in trying to meet an unmeetable set of goals, preserving in principle at least most of the 16 acres, creating very few non-conforming uses, and could adjustments be made to it? Probably, but not in real time. I think any adjustments are going to take place as part of the final platting process, or possibly the purchase of the land by parks. But I feel that they've done a tremendous job, and this is moving the plan forward, and I just don't see a value in delaying it or trying to tweak it. Whatever you do to make it better here, you're going to make it worse on the other side. So that's my statement.
I will not support this approval, which is probably not a surprise. I have a lot of concerns out of, all of them that have come before. This one has certainly concerned me the most, particularly because this is an area that was added in really at the last minute. And I have real trepidation about limiting someone's future use so much at that point in the process. I would be much more comfortable with CCT zoning for the entire property, which would still allow park use in the future if the city were to acquire that property according to our existing plan and implement it at that time. But I think that would still allow, our plan to be realized while not hindering the current owner who has several operating businesses in there right now. For that reason, I will not be supporting this.
I concur with Commissioner Sondheim. I'm not going to be supporting the motion either. All the other ones that we're looking at had some nonconformity, but not like this one. And I think that this one goes too far, and I think eventually we'll be part of this park area or the conservation area. But until the city is ready to purchase it and economic development is willing to work with these individuals to relocate them in an industrial park, it should remain pretty much as is, and maybe CCT is the right district, but which would provide them at least some use. But I'm not on this one, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Any other discussion or comments before we come to a vote? Commissioner Fernandez.
Thanks. I would like to ask just a question of the city attorney. If Parks were prepared to acquire this parcel, the portion of it that is not open space right now or not wetland, but is in commercial use, would you expect them to acquire that at its fair market value for its current use or its fair market value as conservancy? In other words, would this zoning change the appraisal of that property at the time of acquisition, do you think?
I'm sorry, I don't actually know the answer to that. Maybe Heather could weigh in. Looks like she's raised her hand.
Heather?
Parks would pursue a willing seller, and we would get an appraisal as a city, and that offer would be made to the seller. The question is a nuanced one about whether it's current zoning or if it were to be rezoned to conservancy, what would that purchase price be? I have this intuitive thought that our Parks Division would pay based on its current use. We're not, as a city, we're typically not in the business of moving forward with unwilling sellers. In other words, taking the property by eminent domain. So my intuition is that the Parks Division would work with the seller to come to an agreement.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other discussion on this motion before we come to a vote? Commissioner Solheim.
To follow up on that, the price that a seller may be willing to take could vary drastically depending on their current zoning and any other offers they are receiving. So again, if the zoning is limiting their future use, it changes how they may view a purchase price and what they would receive.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Then we will come to a vote. All those, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Okay, Heather, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. And just to remind the commission, we would need 5 votes to pass this motion. Commissioner Fernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Cantrell. I saw the no, just want to hear it for the record. Are you able to unmute?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Alder Heck,
No.
Commissioner Shepard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hagenow,
No.
Commissioner Solheim,
No.
Alder Lemmer.
Aye.
Okay, with 3 ayes and 4 noes, the motion fails.
Okay. Is there another motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, to move this along, I will recommend that
Is this a motion?
yes, I recommend the Plan Commission approve Legislature 69538 with the CCT district, but remove the Conservancy district, which would basically, as Heather indicated, leave the property in IL.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
The only thing that, this would leave the property, at least that section of CN as is today. And in the future, the city could come up with, if the land is purchased or the area south of that is redeveloped, this could be purchased as park or conservancy, but it really leaves the status quo for this property, and that's why I'm recommending it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Abbas.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I understand the desire of the community to protect 16-acre land. If I would be on a plan commission, I will place this on a file and leave it as industrial use and let the community give a chance down to the road 10, 20 years to see what type of project comes. And if we buy the parkland, we have 550 unit affordable housing, perhaps there is willingness to purchase that particular parcel for expansion of the park or for further use, putting right now CCT, which is against the desire of the community. Community want to expand this park 16-acre. I will encourage to leave some flexibility and simply place on file and leave this as it is they're using. So there's no harm if they use as IL. So that would be my request. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Abbas. The only part, as I understand it from Commissioner Cantrell's motion, he would be leaving the northern part of the parcel in IL, so there would be no change in that. And the only part that would be CCT is what is being shown as CCT now. Is that correct, Commissioner Cantrell? Okay. Did you wish to speak to that, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, and I guess when the city council receives all these rezoning requests back, they have the opportunity to overrule us, which obviously they did when they adopted the plan. So I guess you had that option. You can take it or not. So I guess that's the only thing I wanted to remind the Plan Commission members of. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Just a clarification for me then. The motion as it stands, Commissioner Cantrell, would not create any CN property, or it would just leave that northern portion of the paved area as IL, or it's going to remove that entire second paragraph and nothing will be rezoned CN at this time. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Commissioner Cantrell.
The motion is to leave the CCT as is in the ordinance. And the portion in the ordinance that is proposed for CN will be removed from the ordinance. So the zoning in place at this point in time, which is IL, will remain.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Unless I see a raised hand to further question. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Abbas.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It's interesting situation on hand. It will create a split zoning. So you're basically putting IL on the north and CCTE on the south on a one parcel. I still think so. Again, it's different view of opinion. I still think so. We should just place on fire and leave it as IL, and we can wrestle this later instead of doing split zoning.
Any other discussion before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 21, Legistar 69539. And again, all in Alder District 12. And it will create sections of Madison General Ordinances to change zoning as follows. Property at the northerly approximately 100 feet of 1741 and 1825 Commercial Avenue, and all of 2001 and 2125 Commercial Avenue, and 2401, 2413, 2417, and 2510 Pennsylvania Avenue from Industrial Limited District to Commercial Corridor Transitional District. And we do not have any registrants for this agenda item. So I would, are there any questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be, a late raised hand. Commissioner Fernandez.
A little slow on that. I just, on the map, I guess I'm a little bit confused. This does not include the Hooper buildings, does it? What we're talking about right now?
No, this property, this rezoning does not.
Correct. Okay, I understand that. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, seeing no raised hands, is there a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
I move approval of Legistar 69539, which approves the rezoning of the area of the Plan Commission item number 21.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Agenda item 22, Legistar 69540, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance for property located at 1902 East Johnson Street and 2010 through 2030 Pennsylvania Avenue, 12th Alder District, from industrial limited to regional mixed use. And again, we have no registrants. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Fernandez.
So this does include the Hooper building, correct? And what do you see as the fate of that building under RMX zoning? Is there a chance of historic reuse? I mean, I know I'm just asking more for an opinion than anything else, but an educated opinion. Is this going to foreclose the possibility of restoring and reusing that building in some way?
Go ahead, Heather.
No, it doesn't. It does not foreclose that possibility. I think that it's likely that either the site will be redeveloped or maybe a portion of the existing structure on the site would remain as part of a broader redevelopment.
Did you have any follow-ups, Commissioner Fernandez?
Only, do you know the age of it? Is there any chance that it's historic?
I know that it is an old building. Dan, do you know the age from the planning process?
I don't know the age from the planning process. I want to say it's 1913 just from going past it so often, but that's from memory. If you're referring to the poured concrete building on the corner,
yes.
Yes. I want to say it's early 1900. Maybe it's 1904. The 4 sticks in my mind for some reason.
Okay, so it's 100 and plus years old. Has that been looked at from an historic standpoint? Does anybody know on staff?
Doesn't look like it.
I don't know. We have not had a live development proposal there yet.
Okay.
When we do, I'm sure that will be assessed.
All right.
And I'm sure that anyone, considering purchase of that property would want to know that too.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
I will recommend that the Plan Commission approve Legistar 69540, which is item number 22 on the Plan Commission agenda. And I also agree with Commissioner Fernandez. That building is very cool, and I hope that it's preserved when that Hooper property is redeveloped.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Did you wish to speak to your motion? Okay.
No.
Okay. Alder Abbas.
Thank you very much. I know it's 10:06. Just want to say thank you all of you for all of your work. It's the last agenda item for District 12, and I appreciate it's been 2.5 years of work. So you guys been through a lot on this particular topic, and also council too. So I really appreciate all the feedback and directions. So thanks all.
Thank you, Alder. Okay, seeing no other raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. On to agenda item 23, Legistar 69541, creating sections of Madison General Ordinance to change the zoning of property located in 1909 Aberg Avenue, 12th Alder District, from Industrial Limited District to Traditional Residential Urban 1 District. And again, we do not have any registrants. Are there questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion? Commissioner Cantrell.
I will move that the Plan Commission recommend approval of Legistar 69541, which is Plan Commission item number 23 on our agenda.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thanks.
We will, are there comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is business by members. Is there any business that any members want to raise? Seeing no raised hands, on to the Secretary's report. Heather.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I promise to keep this brief. The Common Council on February 22nd and March 1st did approve things related to the Plan Commission recommendations, with the exception of the Remish rezoning and plat. Looking forward to March 21st, I'll mention just two items on that meeting. The 700 block of Regent Street. There's a proposed 12-story, 341-unit apartment building that will be before you. And then a little further down the list, I expect a fair amount of discussion on 3734 Speedway Road, which is a proposed 4-story mixed-use building. On April 11th, I'll just mention this first one here on the list on the 400 block of State Street, involving demolition of 3 buildings for the construction of a 6-story mixed-use building next to Lisa Link Peace Park. And then we'll also again have the special meeting on March 24th, and looking forward to that. Please, we're working to get materials ready for that now and anticipate getting those to you at least a week in advance. We'll cover just an overview of the Metro redesign project, a pretty quick update on transit-oriented development, and then an update on the planning framework for the framework for sub-area planning moving forward. So those 3 items, it'll be a somewhat heavy agenda, but really looking forward to that meeting as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Hagenow. Thank you all very much, and I will see you then on March 21st. Thank you.